We're doing another E3 discussion. Hopefully this one there isn't issues with. I got my usual co-host, friend, and seeing as he took notes this time, fucking secretary. Shadow, say hi!
Hello, bitches! But, yeah, pretty much, yeah. As in bitches, I mean probably no one, as Genocide has said.
Still worth it.
Anyway, let me bust up. Yeah, anyway, let me... Alright, got my notes right here. Freaking... Yeah, so, I guess we'll start off... What did you think of E3 this year overall? From what
Overall,
you've
I
seen?
mean, for a good part of it, I was a little disappointed.
Right, yeah.
Eventually, it got better,
Mm-hmm.
but at first I was just not having it.
Yeah. Let me guess, they got better for you when freaking Sony stuff happened.
Yeah, but we'll get to them later. So,
Yeah, well,
friggin',
that's the
who
last
went
thing.
first originally, like, for their showing? Was it E3 or Bethesda? Or
It was
fucking E3.
yeah, E3 at E3 at E3 in 2016 E3. But
2016! Fucking
anyway,
shit.
but yeah, EA is probably, I think, was the only one I haven't actually seen either. I didn't catch it because at the time when Logan typed in into the group chat saying, "Well, EA's press conference wasn't that bad," I was like, "Wait, what? E3 started? Oh my gosh!" But hey, at least I only missed EA's, so because
See,
after that was Bethesda's, and I actually saw that, and me being not, I don't know if I've ever actually played a Bethesda game, and I was like, "All right, cool." I liked what they showed off. But we'll
see,
get
I
to
was
that in a minute.
unfortunately busy at the time for most of it until part of Sony's, so I wasn't able to really. And for the last like 2 minutes of Microsoft, so I unfortunately missed a
We'll
lot
get
of
to
stuff
them.
live. But so I had to look
Yeah.
up like what announcements there were really, and I also watched
Mm-hmm.
the Jim Impressions from Jim Sterling of EA's, try to get a feel for each.
Alright.
Apparently, overall, I wasn't too crazy with what I know of from EA's, because
Yeah.
at least from the things I saw, I don't get me wrong, I could be missing something. I mean, there was them saying that they were making Star Wars games instead of actually
Yeah.
really revealing any, which is a little
Well,
disappointing.
well, yeah, but one of them is not coming out like till 2018, so.
And so it's like,
But
that doesn't really do much for me, because, again, they didn't really reveal any. I know there
right.
was. They obviously showed a gameplay video for Battlefield 1, which
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm actually starting to wonder a little bit if the video I saw was the gameplay video for Battlefield 1. Because if it was, I was a little disappointed because when I hear gameplay video, I like to see more of back when they first showed off Doom. The only reason I bring up Doom is because it's the one on the screen where they just show the game being played. What I saw was more like a supercut sizzle reel sort of thing, which is all fine and dandy in and
Yeah.
of itself, but it doesn't really help me improve my opinion of the game.
Right.
Although what I did see in that was the Zeppelin crashing, which
Yeah.
raises two questions for me. Actually, well, less two questions and more one big question. How do these Zeppelins work? Are they vehicles, like just normal vehicles, and when they crash, they'll do damage to the surroundings and then the wreckage will disappear? Or are they going to be something a little bit more fixed, and it'll be an almost Levolution
Yeah.
style thing, a la Battlefield
Yeah.
4?
Yeah, basically, are they going to be the one building from Battlefield 4 that they showed in the trailers that crashes?
And
Or
it's
is it
like,
actually going to be a vehicle?
because I, if anything, if I had to choose between anything, I'd kind of prefer a mix of both, so
Yeah,
that we
right.
could have these things flying around, and when they land, the wreckage just doesn't disappear. So we can actually have fighting through the wreckage of a Zeppelin, but I know that's probably not going to happen. But that would just be wishful thinking, but again, I doubt that would happen. Unfortunately, I didn't really see anything about it that's really caught my eye too much. And obviously EA had their sports games as usual, which I get that people like the sports games, but I'm just not one of them. They don't do anything for me.
Yeah, I'm not either. I don't think I've ever really played a sports game other than, well, a sports game that wasn't by, you know, like the typical sports games, but yeah, just going back to Battlefield real quick is I've never owned a Battlefield game. Only thing I've really played is the betas that they've released, just because that's obviously a more public thing. But
I will say that
yeah,
aside from my feelings for how, like, I don't want to say that I dislike Battlefield 1, I'm more so unsure about it. But it's like, aside from that, Battlefield games do tend to be really high quality. I will say that much. Aside from Hardline, but Hardline was from a different studio than Battlefield, the other Battlefield games, including Battlefield 1.
Other than Battlefield 4's launch. But then again,
Which,
you know,
actually, I'm starting to wonder if that isn't affecting how I'm viewing Battlefield 1. Because I was pissed with Battlefield 4's launch, so I'm starting to wonder if I'm just not wary of another Battlefield game from DICE at launch because of that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully when the Zeppelins crash, regardless if they're going to be vehicles or not, hopefully it doesn't freaking crash whatever map that is. It's like, does Siege of Shanghai crash every time the building falls? Yes!
It's like,
But
overall,
anyway.
I do hope it does turn out to be good, because more good shooters is a good thing. And who knows,
but,
maybe we'll get to see more companies take risks in their settings.
Right. Then we'll have the whole World War I and II phase all over again.
I'm thinking more like along the lines of like a full-on Vietnam game or Korean War.
And then Call of Duty will be like, alright, what we're gonna do is, since we keep going further into the future, we're just gonna take the future to the past.
Honestly, I actually wouldn't mind like a time-traveling first-person shooter.
Yeah.
I'd be down with it.
I mean, it wouldn't be past Call of Duty considering how freaking nuts they're going. But we'll get to that later. Because that was at Sony's. We'll get to that later.
It's like,
But,
the one thing from EA's conference that I did actually take a liking to was Titanfall 2. Yeah,
yes,
pretty much what we saw was, again,
it
just
looked
this.
cool.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I will say it. What we saw was, again, just like with Battlefield 1, a fucking sizzle reel. Which, again, is a bit disappointing, but the fact that on top of the sizzle reel, we got a story trailer. Which is, I personally like, because I like the idea of games having single-player campaigns, even if they're shooters. Hell, I'm playing Doom's campaign as we speak. And the fact that it's, again, a sci-fi shooter, which seems to also maybe even be having some, like, iRobot style themes, although that could just be, like, the one thing because the robot's going over its 3 protocols and all that. But overall, plus, I never thought the gameplay, like the moment-to-moment gameplay of Titanfall looked bad. My biggest problem was the lack of any offline content. Which, this one doesn't seem to have that problem, thankfully.
Yeah, because they're adding an offline story or actual story now. But,
It's like,
yeah.
Get the fuck.
Yeah, like considering the fact that you know, in terms of Battlefield 1, of course, Titanfall 2 now is like, I've never played either of these, so just talking from, you know, like not really any experience, I can just say at least it looks cool and everything. So
I will admit my experience with Titanfall is practically none. But going off what Boomhauer said about the first one, like, in addition to not having a story mode, having just in general a lack of content, like lack of maps, guns, and whatnot, and Titan variations, I'd hope at least the maps would be a bit solid by the fact that if they have a campaign, they can just rip areas and ideas from campaign stages. Like, most of these multiplayer shooters tend to do. Because if you look at a lot of the maps from Call of Duty games, actually not even just Call of Duty, Battlefield, they're all ripped from some part of the campaign, maybe not the whole map in its entirety, but at least the base idea of it, and once you have the base idea, you can go off it a little more. Perfect example, like you mentioned with Battlefield 4 and the Siege of Shanghai. There's a freaking campaign stage in Battlefield 4 that takes place in China. I can't remember if it's Shanghai though, but I'd put money on it being Shanghai. I'd have to play it again though, it's been a good while.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but overall I'd say, you know what? They at least had something new, unlike some other company. Well, something new that looked interesting. And I didn't see anything deal-breaking with Battlefield 1, so I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah. But, let's see. Yeah, FIFA is, but seriously, PlayStation? It's doing that thing where it's like, can't operate with voice, but I didn't say anything. Yeah, one thing I'll bring up, I think, isn't it FIFA is actually getting a story now? Which I'm not into sports, but I think...
Yeah, these last few sports games have had story modes in them, too.
Yeah, okay, well...
I believe one of the NBA games did.
Yeah, but, yeah, this one is called The Journey, and it's for the new FIFA, but it's like, I'm not into sports, but I was like, hey, at least they're actually doing something a bit different with this, and they're actually swapping over engines. They're actually using the Frostbite engine for this, which is interesting that they're using different things.
Well, wasn't it originally part of the Frostbite engine from the sports games that EA made?
I wouldn't really be the one to ask, but who knows? But,
I believe at least they started in Frostbite 2. It's been years, obviously, since Battlefield 3 came out. I believe it was at least the character animations. They at least took part of the programming from that to use in Frostbite 2, which means it's probably still there in 3.
Yeah. But, you know, it helps there and everything, but yeah, it's just a small little thing I thought was interesting, but probably still not gonna get the game. But
for me, sports games are just kind of like there's not much they can really do with them because they're sorry about that, tied to the actual license. You can't do a whole ton. You can't go crazy and give the guys fucking jetpacks or rocket launchers because you're tied to real life sports. You know you'd play
Rocket League.
You know you'd play fucking
I'd have
NFL
a more likely chance. I'd have a more likely chance of playing that than what it is now, obviously. Oh man. But yeah.
You give me fucking a NFL game that lets me just do that crazy shit, I will buy an NFL game.
It's like with the Olympics. If you actually do that crap in the Olympics, I might actually be interested in watching the Olympics for once.
Exactly. So overall, I think that's really all we can cover with EA's, huh?
Yeah, but I was like to say, it's like Michael from Achievement Hunter during Rage Quit of Co-op. He's like, if this crap actually happened in the Olympics, I might actually watch the Olympics for once. But yeah, so we covered Battlefield for EA, we covered Titanfall, we covered Battlefront a little bit, we touched on the sports. Yeah, that's all
fuck
amazing
Battlefront,
things I can
I'm just saying. I will take pot shots at that game until I get bored of it, which, at this rate, because of how easy they are to make, I'm not getting bored of it anytime soon. Maybe you should have had a Star Wars game with fucking Star Wars in it.
But, so that was EA's. After that was Bethesda's. Now, before we get to the Bethesda, because those are the ones that I actually saw that one, I got notes. But there's first thing on my list I want to bring up is, I don't think it was announced in any conferences, it was just kind of shown within E3. Walking Dead Season 3.
That I heard was a thing.
Yeah. It was technically announced, like, I don't know if it was a year ago at this point, but they had like it was like a Comic-Con or something like that, and they're like, yeah, we're making a season 3, because this was like right off the heels of when season 2 ended, and they said, yeah, we'll make a season 3, but we're taking a break, because literally they had, like, the only other game I think at that time they had was Wolf Among Us, which is great, by the way, if any of you haven't played it.
I haven't.
Try that. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's one of the games I bought in the Telltale collection when it was on sale last December. In December. But anyway, so yeah, it's so they eventually got into season 2. Got episode 5, and plus Telltale has so many freaking things because they still have a Marvel game that is eventually gonna come. I don't know if it ever had a year when it was gonna happen, but it's a thing. And right now, they have a Batman game coming out, which should be interesting.
I actually already forgot about that. That wasn't even announced that long ago, was it?
Yeah, we got some screenshots and stuff from it, and they also talked on the IGN thing. You can see they talked about Walking Dead Season 3, and they also talked about that. But yeah, the Batman game is supposed to be coming out, I guess, near the end of the summer, so that's interesting.
That's good.
But, and then Walking Dead Season 3 is coming out in fall, which just adds another thing to stuff I would want in fall. we'll touch on that, but, I just want to say, they also released a teaser, I don't know if you saw it. It's very short. They've said that there's some stuff hidden in it. I haven't got a chance to really go back and actually examine anything. But, Clementine's back, and I'm gonna say this right now. She looks hot. She does.
Has she grown, or are you just being a fucking Dakota?
No, I'm not being the internet. No, she has aged, of course, because in the first game she was like 8, 9, somewhere around there. Season 2, she was about like 11 or 12. Now she's like, it looks like she's like 16 or 18 now. So she's progressively, obviously, gotten older. But yeah. One of the comments I saw in the freaking comment section of that video, and I totally agree with, because it's the internet and it's bound to happen with anything, he literally said, I sense a wave of Clementine porn coming out. And it's like, that's probably inevitable. But
it's not even inevitable, it's already happening. I guarantee if I look it up, it's already done. 5 pages of it on Google, guaranteed.
Fan fictions! But, anyway... But yeah, I got that out of the way. But a few things with that is, if you look at Clementine's, I think, like, left hand, because she actually fires the gun at one point, and she's missing a finger. How that happened? Obviously, we don't know.
Yet.
But something's happened. Yeah, yet. But something's happened. Hopefully that better get explained, because you can't just have a character missing a finger for no apparent reason. It's like, wait, what happened to your finger? I left you and see at the end of season 2, like a year ago. You're already missing fingers and crap? Come on.
Was there an option in season 2 that might have led to that?
Not that I'm aware of, considering the fact that, there's tons of choices there, but none of the choices I've made at the end of season 2, I don't think would lead to Clementine getting your freaking finger cut off. Matter of fact, it wouldn't be too surprising if that happened in Season 2 at some point, but,
because I know that certain games, like, with, Insomniac, Sucker Punch games, from Infamous 2 to Second Son, they chose the canon ending based on what most people chose. Which is actually how we ended the Second Son.
Yeah, which is actually something also I was thinking about bringing up, but that's a good segue, is... And I watched when they had 2 of the guys that were working on, like, when they were talking about Walking Dead Season 3, they actually brought up the fact that, I forget how they brought up, but if they looked back at, like, their statistics for, like, what people chose as they went through the entirety of, like, the games, literally, apparently there was, like, absolutely no one did the exact same thing. Which makes sense, I guess, because... there's a good amount of options there, and even if somebody does do mostly the same things, there could be that one thing that offsets the entire thing. But, it makes me wonder, because, like, if you're going throughout, like, 5 episodes, which takes up multiple hours, odds are you're not going to have the same exact thing. But, there's also, it's been said that, there's actually going to be 2 playable characters in season 2. There's going to be Clementine and whatever this new guy's name is. He has a name, I forget.
Sir Wankenstaff. I hereby dub thee.
But yeah, so there's actually 2 playable characters, which makes me wonder if the male character, I'm just going to call him that for now because I can't remember his name, the male character that's shown in the trailer, if he's going to have a bit more... Name. Sir Wankenstein, but if he's
no,
going to
not
have
Wankenstein, Wankenstaff. There's a difference.
There's a difference, you know. But it makes me wonder if he's going to have a bit more of a prominent role in this, or like if you're going to be controlling him more than Clementine, or if they're going to have like the same amount of like play, you know, time you're playing as him throughout the entire either an episode or even the whole the entire
season.
Episodic, you know, entire season overall. I hope that it's balanced in between them because, you know, it's like, what's kind of the point of having Clementine playable again if she's not really there all that much? But it's like, with this, when you get, like, kind of as emotionally connected to something like this, or you just get connected at all, it makes you wonder, it's like, they've said that, like, yeah, time has obviously passed between the ending of Season 2 and whatever you did in that game and what starts in this. And it's like, oh my gosh, what will I have ended up turning Clementine into? It's like, no,
prostitute.
I don't want to think. Oh gosh. Well, no, that's the internet's job. Anyway. But,
this is where long-range high-fives needs to be a thing.
Right? There needs to be a high-five button in the PSN party chat menu. I mean, heck, frickin' Facebook has a thumbs-up button that's immediately there in chats for some reason. It's a sticker, but I don't know why they do that. Hey, whatever. Anyway.
So basically... like, we just hit a button, and for some random reason, whatever game we're playing, randomly does a fucking high five.
or it's like a voodoo doll. You hit the button and it slaps you across the face, like, oh my gosh, what the heck was that? Oh, and then you end up thinking your house is haunted, and then you move out because of that. It's like, I just pressed the button!
Or you do like Mike Tyson and burn that motherfucker down.
Either way, you're losing your house.
Props to anyone who has seen that show and knows where it's from. Know what I'm talking about.
But anyway, back to the E3 thing. But yeah, 2 playable characters for Season 3. You know, there's the smaller details apparently from what they said, other than the fact that, you know, Clementine's missing one of her fingers. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I'm looking forward to that and seeing what they do with that, and I'm sure it's going to be freaking crazy depending on what. I'm curious to see what some of the other choices are. Then again, that's always kind of obvious with any of their games, but way Season 2 ended up going towards the end. Oh my gosh! But yeah, that Season 3 is more officially a thing. We knew it was happening, but it's been shown off and it's coming out in the fall, so I'd imagine it's going to be a 5-episode thing because that's what Telltale usually aims for. Yeah, they did differentiate with that when they did the Game of Thrones, which there's actually 6 of those episodes of that, but that's like the only instance I can think. But yeah, so that should be very interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out there because of the fact that, you know, I don't think it was really shown off at any of them. It was kind of revealed during E3. But anyway, on to Bethesda's, I guess.
Bethesda. Overall, I'd say kind of for someone like me, it's kind of lackluster because, unlike last year where they focused heavy, oh hell, on the sci-fi with Doom and Fallout, this year they focused a lot more and kept a lot more to the fantasy side of things, which, as you probably know, is less my thing. I mean, yeah, I played fucking Dragon Age, which I only bought so I could tease someone else to be like, hey, I have this, you can't play it, haha. But it's like, that's honestly God the whole reason why I bought it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I ended up liking that game, but I'm getting a little off topic here, but so for me, there wasn't really that much. I mean, did news come out about some updates, new modes coming for Doom, some of the DLC details, which, okay, that part interests me, but again, that's not really why we watch E3 stuff. Yes, there was the Skyrim remaster.
Skyrim, yeah, special edition, which, that's the second thing I have on my notes here for Bethesda, but, I am interested in that just for the pure fact that believe it or not, I'm about to shatter your minds, I never played Skyrim.
Neither did I.
Oh, really? Oh, double...
Although, I was interested. I'm not gonna. I might get it as like a distraction, but the main reason why it originally caught my attention has already faded off, and that was because, just like with Fallout 4, we're gonna have mods on the console version. But I kind of realized part of the reason why some of the Fallout 4 mods kind of suck. Think about it. On PC, you're just kind of free to go off and do whatever. On consoles, however, you essentially have to listen a little bit to watch, or what's the word I'm looking for? In a way, it has to go through a process to get approved and all that shit. And through that approval process, anything that breaks copyright is going to be taken out. So the mods in Fallout in Skyrim that added fucking lightsabers, Jedi powers, Randy Savage dragons. We're not going to have those, which is honestly part of the whole new reason I kind of wanted that.
Yeah, it's just like, alright, so here we are. No freaking copyright crap, so no Mario levels or anything, and no freaking naked mods or whatever, okay?
Which is also why we probably aren't going to see a Killable Kids mod anytime soon. Sorry, sorry, Patrick. You're stuck with the Squire, whether you like it or not.
Sorry, Patrick, Boomhauer, and Fool. Our thoughts go out to those. Our thoughts go out to thee who are about to be disappointed. I salute every single one of us. Anyway.
But like, so, in the end, the thing I would have liked most about the game is already kind of out the window. Yeah, they had an update announced for Elder Scrolls Online, which I was never about that game to begin with.
Yeah, there's no level locking, so basically the whole map isn't locked depending on, I guess, what level you are. You can go anywhere and, play with anybody anywhere, so it's just
but probably that wasn't even the biggest problem of the game. Like, it doesn't address some of the game's main issues. It's just not... It feels almost like a cheap Elder Scrolls game is a lot of what I had been hearing about it. So it's like... Changing the level locking, or rather removing it, doesn't change that.
Did you ever get Elder Scrolls Online, like Artie and Logan and all them did? You weren't one of those? Yeah, neither was I.
You know me, I don't touch online-only games.
Yeah, for the most part. But,
not even for the most part. Name one game that is paid that I have freaking played that's online-only.
Anyway.
I'll wait. I will sit here in this room and wait. I'll sit here at this fucking desk staring at a plant. You laugh, but that's what I'm fucking doing. I'm still waiting.
Oh, you never bought Destiny. Did you?
Exactly. Elder Scrolls Online? Nope.
He did play it, but he didn't play the final game. Anyway. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't get Elder Scrolls Online 2, because the fact that, well, our group never ended up playing it.
Which I had a bad feeling would happen, but yeah, what you gonna do?
Yeah, it's done now. But yeah, this is the Skyrim Special Edition. Big things is obviously it looks prettier, and
I did hear that the texture resolution is higher on the Special Edition, than what was released as the high-resolution pack on the PC version a while back.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's worth
All right.
noting.
Yeah, and it's gonna have mods, which that was, I mean, not only was a remaster of Skyrim rumored for a long time, but it also was during E3, it was like, hey, they could bring mods, considering they're bringing mods to consoles with Fallout 4, so why not this? So, yeah, I mean, that's cool and everything, but I think the main thing is, you know, it's currently probably the definitive version of Skyrim right now, or going to be. And, you know, I never played it, so maybe I'll pick it up then. And
Probably for the best that you didn't play
out,
because the PS3 version I heard was never all that.
Yeah, right.
Stable.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
It's about as stable as a person on LSD.
Which also I was watching the post show on IGN is where I watched it on my PS4. They were talking about how the first graphical comparison they made was from PS3 to PS4, so I guess, you know, there's that, but also just to point out, there's actually something in the trailer where they're pointing out all the differences. There's one thing called, like, volumetric god rays.
What?
Yeah, in there's like, they're talking about, like, oh, the depth of field is improved, the textures and everything, and then they show god rays going through the trees, and they're like, volumetric god rays. It's
okay,
like,
so I've heard of volumetric lighting, but never volumetric god rays. Just saying.
I know, right? It was freaking, they pointed out in the post-show, too. I was like, yeah, that's kind of humorous. But, it's also coming out pretty much in fall time. It's coming out October 28th of this year, so that's another
Holy
thing
shit!
to put into my hall.
Sorry, that... Actually, that reminds me of something. There's a lot of games coming out October, November. I mean, which is
there's like tons
normal,
of stuff. Like literally,
but at the same
a lot
time,
of stuff you heard was in fall.
Like, the weirdest coincidence of it is for me, like jumping back to EA, Titanfall coming out October, Battlefield coming out early November. At least I believe it was early. So 2 months in a row, you have 2 shooters from EA coming out.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's like for me at least, the games I'm interested in is like freaking possibly Skyrim, freaking October, freaking tons of freaking stuff like Outlast. I think they've said that's coming in fall, so probably October. So
I forgot about Outlast too.
Yeah, and actually they didn't show that. I did when I watched we'll get to probably just a bit more in Microsoft, which is actually the next one I have notes for. And I think
no
that was
shit,
actually
Microsoft went next.
Yeah, it's the next conference, I was gonna say, but
they went EA, Bethesda, Microsoft, UB, Sony.
Yeah, but then they did show a brief little bit of Outlast 2 when they had like a sizzle reel of a bunch of independent games on Xbox, which I don't know. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess Outlast is technically an independent thing, but it's an indie game that looks like it could be like a triple or so A game, you know, at least visually. So it's like, I don't know, but
kind of pointless acting like it's like your average indie.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, a lot of those, I guess, independent games somewhat are kind of getting more advanced, obviously. So I guess it's kind of going away from what could be a stereotype type thing. But anyway, if we're gonna move on, I want to go to the first notes. Do you have any opinions on the thing they opened with, Quake Champions?
Oh, wait, they opened with that? I thought that was
yeah, that's the first thing they opened with. They opened up with like a command prompt type thing, and that's where people went in and noticed that there was something for.
Yeah. That fucking command prompt pissed me. Actually, like I actually got spammed with that image by Pedro. That command prompt. No, I'm not even shitting you. He fucking spammed me with it. Like, I will, like, once we're done with this, I will personally send you an image that just shows him sending me that image at least 10 to 15 times.
Oh my god. Dang it, freaking.
But that image, that fucking text image pissed me off, and I love it at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's a very cool, because as soon as I saw near the end they typed in Quake, I was like, yep, it's Quake, Quake is back. And
Quake isn't even the reason why it pissed me off.
Yeah. Because, but yeah, the thing is also, Yeah, I was about to say. In there, they show actually like a list of stuff, and they show, I think my Doom might be in there, or at least the original Wolfenstein.
It's
Then they
the
show
Wolfenstein games. They
New
start off
Order,
with
and then yeah,
Wolfenstein 3D, New Order,
yeah,
Old Blood, and then it lists the new
and then
Colossus.
and then no release date for it.
And then it starts listing
So
the Doom games, so which shows that okay, now we're switching series. Like that is definitely a new Wolfenstein game, and they even have a fucking title for it. But they couldn't just announce it.
yeah,
They gotta do the fucking little tease away, which I both
Yeah.
love because it's clever and hate because come on, don't play with me
Right.
like this.
Who knows? I mean, like, who knows
If I
how
wanted to
far
be
they're into
teased, I'd
that?
get a girlfriend. And if I wanted to be teased without getting anything out of it, I'd get a wife.
Yeah! If I wanted to get teased, I'd go to a strip club! Anyway.
God damn, that's better than what I said. Fuck you.
If I wanted to get teased, I'd go on YouTube because of the weird dark parts. But anyway, freaking Quake Champions itself, we didn't see any of the game. We'll more likely see that when they actually, like they said, we'll see more at QuakeCon, which who knows if I'll hear about that. But
I mean, depending on what Quake Champions ends up being, I might be interested in it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still glad that Quake is coming back because it means that Bethesda's, well, I don't want to say Bethesda in general, but Bethesda id, however you want to, whatever you want to call it, their Triforce of old school shooters will be back in full force because we got Doom, we got Wolfenstein, and seeing as Wolfenstein's getting another sequel, Wolfenstein is not going away anytime soon.
no.
As for Quake Champions itself, it looks like a rather gritty, I don't want to say rather gritty version of Overwatch from what little we've seen, but at the same time I do because we see all these different people seemingly with different abilities. At the same time, it's real dark and all that, trying to be ouch the edge, it almost seems like. It's like,
It's
so it could be good.
It's basically Overwatch without the boobies or the asses
That we know of, yeah.
focuses on. That we know of. Just watch it be like freaking as bright and colorful when it's released as
Nah,
Outlast.
it just got dark boobies.
Yeah, as Outlast, because Outlast is bright and colorful.
It's as bright as Outlast, it has the boobies of Overwatch.
And Neptunia.
Boobs. It's like,
Booty and boobs. But,
it could be good.
and
I hope it
titties.
is, but
Ass and
unlike some people, I'm not like gonna get hyped up until we actually see a lot of gameplay. I mean,
Yeah, and
for now they've only announced it for PC, so who knows if it's even gonna be on
I
PS4.
was just about to, yeah, this is what I was about to say. It's like for right now, it seems like it could be like a online PC type thing.
Which that's another thing.
they're
If it
also-
does, even if it does come to PS4, if it's online only, I'm still following that one rule, even though I do want Quake to be a thing again. I'm not violating
Well, I
my
doubt-
one rule.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, even if it is like online only or whatever, I'd imagine it's not like with freaking Destiny where they're literally having on a whole freaking online only freaking world. I doubt that's what they would do with Quake.
It'd be
considering
more
what they've
like
also said.
Titanfall
It would
online
be-
only.
Probably, yeah. But that's they've said they're kind of promoting it for like I guess like they said esports or something like that, kind of like the big kind of.
It's like Counter-Strike
stuff.
style. I'd prefer if it had
Yeah.
a fucking single player. Something
Well,
to
yeah,
help
yeah.
create a world to actually give a shit about.
Yeah.
My thing is, a
But-
game needs single player. Why? Because it sort of, I guess you could say, it sort of creates a single point. A single, like, fixed point for the game to center around. Like, Titanfall, you don't know, original Titanfall, you didn't know jack shit about that world. You don't know what's going on in it. There's no real fixed point to grow attached to. Titanfall 2, having that fixed point. Thanks to the single player, you're going to know more about the world, and you might actually start to give a shit. Same thing goes for Doom having single player. It solidifies the world in one place. And pretty much every, well, every first-person shooter that has a single player.
Yeah, but you know, we'll find out more news. Hopefully, we'll notice it when, you know, whenever QuakeCon is, which I don't think QuakeCon is all that far out. So we'll probably hear more about it.
Yeah, actually, come to think of it, wasn't Doom originally revealed to the press at QuakeCon not last year, the year before?
It might have been.
I want to say it was, yeah.
But,
it was revealed at some private event, and the press couldn't really give away any details about it. And then they finally showed it at the following E3.
It's like, oh yeah, it's Doom! It's freaking Doom! But anyway, alright, well we brought, the last thing that I have on my notes, but this isn't gonna be the last thing I want to talk about.
Oh yeah, they also showed Dishonored 2.
Yeah, they did that. I don't have those on my notes, but yeah, that's kind of the main thing they kind of focused on throughout the rest of the conference, which, you know, I don't think it looks bad or anything. I never played
the first one
either, but yeah, but
wow, we are really bad at this, aren't we?
Well, trust me, we'll get you know, later. Anyway,
we'll get good.
We'll get good, but yeah, but I don't know. Dishonored looks like a fun, you know, optional like stealth or combat or whatever type of game. It looks very interesting at some points. I remember, like, one of the last things they showed for it was that one stage with the time traveling type thing where you're looking through, you're like in a mansion and your powers don't work in this area. And basically you have like this little mirror thing on the left of the screen that you're holding. And you're basically walking through this mansion or whatever. And the one that you're currently in is in, you know, the present, whether it's all abandoned and just messed up. And then you can swap to the one that you're seeing in the mirror, because you basically can use it for puzzles to see, like, where you're looking, you'll see, like, okay, well, this is blocked off, but if I go to when it used to be actually inhabited, these doors will be open. So you can swap between, basically, the two different time periods and use it for puzzles, and there's going to be enemies in one, but not in the other.
That honestly gives me, like, thoughts of, like, Spider-Man Web, or was it Web Shadows, or Edge of Time? I think it was Edge of Time.
Dimension, whatever. But...
Shattered Dimension sounds more like it. I haven't played a Spider-Man game in a long time.
Yeah, I don't have much.
I'm sorry, Spooderman. It's been a while.
Spooderman. We'll get to you later. But
we're saying we'll get to you later a lot already.
But anyway, it's not that far, at least on my notes, because like the last thing is like several stuff from the Sony, but we'll get to that. Of course, it's inevitable.
Hey, but, fist bump. That's where that thing comes from. I finally found the fist bump. I'm saving that.
About but anyway, yeah, hold on. They showed off Dishonored 2 and everything, but yeah, that stage looked cool and everything. They talked about, like, oh, we built an engine for the game and a bunch of other stuff. And if you pre-order, at least for a limited time, Dishonored 2, you'll get the definitive edition of Dishonored 1, which that was also a kind of occurring thing throughout some of the conferences.
That I'm
pre-ordering
more interested
in. But that's kind of a reoccurring thing throughout some of the press conferences, with like pre-order the second game and you'll get the first one, which, you know, that's a good thing. I mean,
honestly, I wouldn't be complaining.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if the copy of the first that you get of the first game is like digital, so you get that sooner. I would very much like that.
Yeah,
because then you can play the first one, get it ready before the second one comes out, so you're already caught up.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so you mentioned the Doom DLC. I don't think you have much left to talk about that, since it's pretty much just multiplayer stuff.
Speaking of Doom, you played the demo. How did you enjoy the Doom demo? Which I was under the impression was going to be like multiplayer demo, but clearly I was fucking wrong.
No, it's just that, yeah, we'll bring that up since we're talking about the conference. They basically said, and all of you who haven't had a chance to freaking experience Doom, you can download a demo and you'll play the first stage and basically anything. Well, if it's any implication, then again, this is how I kind of am with demos I enjoy. I've played it numerous times now.
Holy
so
shit!
That's any indication.
That's coming from
But,
me, Shadow.
But anyway.
I fucking platinumed the game and I'm like, holy shit.
What you're saying? Like you're surprised I played the demo multiple times so far?
Yes. It doesn't even have the BFG in it.
Hey, it has the freaking first stage. It has the freaking classic, the classic Doom stage.
Which I forget where the switch is in the first stage.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about it because I was just replaying the freaking opening a couple times, and I was like, oh yeah, there's a thing in here, and I went through there, and I even messed in there for a little bit, trying to, because there's like freaking 4 weapons you can find in the Doom, the classic stage you unlock in the first stage is the Doom 2, like, entranceway or something it's called, let me see. Because I still have it running.
I'm flipping a chair around because I can.
But yeah, that has like freaking 4 weapons in there. There's a freaking, and it's so true to the original Dooms, especially that classic stage, because literally there's secrets all over the place. Like, oh yeah, that wall will move. Okay, there's freaking rocket launcher behind it. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Oh, anyway, okay, so yeah, the one I have unlocked in this is Doom 2 Entryway. And there's like literally, there's a secret right behind you when you start. If you just stay where you are, turn around, you'll see a path, and there's a chainsaw right at the...
Wait, what?
Right behind you there.
I didn't even know that one.
There's a chainsaw. You start up that stage, you turn around, there's a little path that goes up to like a balcony. There's a freaking chainsaw right there. It's like, oh heck yeah! But you only get to use it, of course, like 3 times, but still, it's freaking cool. Then later on, you go through it. I pretty much have a pistol throughout the entire thing. Then later on, there's a secret where you can get a shotgun in the stage, but by that time, you'll probably have already killed everything. And there's one room with a bunch of the health bottles. There's a freaking RPG that can be behind one of those walls that I'm not sure exactly how you unlock that one, because I've had it unlocked a good amount of times, but then there's one time I didn't have the wall go down at all. But anyway, yeah, that's just freaking nuts. But we're talking about Doom. Yeah, they basically said, it's, if you haven't experienced already, you can experience now, and I sure did, and yeah, it's fun. I had to adjust the thumbstick sensitivity a little bit because it was a bit too, you had to push too far on the thumbsticks a little bit for me, but I just set both of them to 50, and I've been doing fine so far. But yeah, that's, what the fuck? Okay, anyway. Yeah, that's the Doom demo, and I imagine we probably have said as much as we want for the DLC, considering there's not much. They just announced the first premium DLC pack, which, of course, will get you a new weapon. It will get you a new demon, which is, I forget what it's called already, but it kind of had a.
I know it's probably either something I am going to use profusely, or something I'm never going to use. There is no in between.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds about right.
It's like it's like when I got the fucking Prowler. I never stopped.
But yeah, there's some new taunts in there, which I'm sure Genocide is excited about.
Doom shuffle. That's the only one that matters.
And the air thrusting. You can't forget the air thrusting.
Anyway, Starburst, go!
Anyway, the hip thrust. But anyway, yeah. One thing I don't have on my list, and I don't think Genocide will probably have much, considering they had to say about it, considering they didn't show us much. What about Prey? I don't have that on my notes, but they did show that. So,
Prey, I never played the first Prey. The second Prey looked interesting when they first started showing it off. Then it went silent, seemed to have gotten canceled. Now we have this Prey, which...
Yeah, they're just trying again.
I really haven't seen much of. But seeing it, how the second Prey looked actually really interesting and good to me. I'm a little disappointed that nothing ever came of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe this new Prey is gonna be like that. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like the big thing people taken away from it was what they thought was like the freaking Groundhog's Day thing they had going at the beginning there, where it just repeats and then it repeats and then it changes slightly. It's almost like the freaking PT demo almost. It's just like every time it repeats, it just gets worse and worse and worse. But yeah, I don't know what to necessarily make of it, considering it's not much to go off of. It's just kind of a small, little bit. It's just I'd imagine it might have been a CG trailer. I doubt some of that stuff they showed was freaking gameplay, just because it looked too kind of cinematic. But I don't know. I think I do remember seeing or hearing at one point about Prey 2, and nothing really coming of it. I don't really know much about Prey in general. It's probably one out of the series out of like Doom, Quake, whatever that I don't know much about. But
Prey is a
should be
much newer
interesting.
series. I know that much.
Yeah, it seems like it would be. But yeah, I didn't have that on my notes, but I just thought of that as we were talking about stuff earlier. But yeah, they showed off, they talked about some new stuff for Fallout Shelter, how it's coming, getting updates, and it's coming to PC in, like, July or whatever.
Huh.
They talked about, not Skyrim, but, the Elder Scrolls mobile game, which, it's a card game, whatever, have fun with it. Let's see, what else? We talked about Dishonored 2, oh yeah, Bethesda VR, I don't know how much about
something with,
that.
like, something with Fallout 4 and the Samsung Gear VR, I believe it was.
Yeah, it's like something's like the HDR5 or whatever crap it's
Or
called, something.
the Vive, that's what it was. HTC Vive.
Yeah,
That's what it
and it
was.
seems like you're gonna be able to play Doom in VR and Fallout 4 in VR, but it
If they
seems like
bring
it's
that to
only.
console, I swear to God, if they bring that to console, I will buy a
PlayStation
fucking
VR.
I will immediately buy that shit.
Freaking Jessica will just be in his house going, I like Doom!
Dude, that's me half
got
that's me half
freaking
the time
Doom
anyways.
songs. Freaking got the playing in the background. He's got all the freaking YouTube, original song makers songs playing in the background. Now he just needs to find a Doom energy drink and freaking chug that thing down. And
Don't
find
tempt
his
me.
own freaking Doom labeled Doritos and just freaking be all emoji about it.
I will get my Doom Doritos.
Just like we need to market that stuff now. Freaking Doom-Aid and Doom-Ritos.
Dude, Doom themed Kool-Aid would be legit. Actually, now I want Kool-Aid.
Just freaking all commercials are just Doom guy busting through a wall. He didn't even say anything, he just cocks his shotgun, that's his, oh yeah, he just cocks the shotgun like, you know what's about to happen. How come he never has PTSD? Cause I am the traumatic event.
It's true.
It's true. But anyway, yeah, there's that, they talked about, Bethesda VR, I think that's like the main thing. Yeah, they gave away a T-shirt with the stuff they talked about at the end, and yeah, there's that small thing. I think that's kind of cool.
Overall, I'd say Bethesda's conference this year was, at least for me anyways, kind of weak. I mean, don't get me wrong, for something like Boomhauer, Bethesda had a lot of shit. Fuck, there was one thing we forgot to mention back at EA's.
Oh, what was it? Oh, go ahead.
Got a slight look at Mass Effect Andromeda. Not much of one, mind you, but
yeah,
hey,
I never
still
saw
existent.
Much of that, but yeah, it's still existing. We're gonna get more details in the fall because fall isn't packed enough with stuff.
Well, but, I guarantee it's not coming out this year.
I don't know if we did get a release. I don't think we did, but yeah,
we did not. And the fact that we haven't even gotten a story trailer for Mass Effect, which is so story oriented, I would put money on it not coming out this year. Which saddens me a little.
Like it also seems like kind of too big of a game to be released that soon, because we did get like early on we got a bunch of like near the end of the year releases, but then also we got later on throughout the press conferences we got like more of them coming out like early 2017. Like I think the latest that I remember, I don't know which one it was, but it was like the latest was like maybe March or something of next year, which still isn't that far away.
I know one.
But,
I'll get to that one later.
Well, you can go say hey and see say the release date if you want to.
There was one coming out in February next year.
Oh,
that was really hoping for this year. I was like ready for that to be like one of my top 5.
Let me guess. Is it the one from Ubisoft?
Fuck no.
Or okay. Anyway, but anyway, so yeah. Overall, I think I will say one thing for Bethesda's. For me, at least, it felt like the pacing was good. I guess that's the right word for it. It felt like it wasn't because it was like maybe an hour press conference. It didn't even feel like an hour. It felt like it went by relatively fast. So I think they presented it well and everything because it didn't feel like it took very long at all.
Oh, I think they definitely shut off more shit this year than they did last year.
Well, yeah, but that's also because like one thing is like it probably. They were able to show off more stuff, and also the fact that you may not think it was very extravagant was just because, well, you know, they didn't have to reveal a new Fallout, so...
Well, think about last year, they showed off all of, I think, 3 new things.
Mm-hmm.
Fallout, Doom, Fallout Shelter.
Yeah, which
they fucking stretched all of those.
Yeah, but the thing is, those were obviously bigger to talk about, because, I mean, freaking Doom is big, and Fallout's obviously freaking huge, especially Fallout 4, because everybody went nuts for that. So, but,
I will say, so definitely in terms of just amount of stuff announced, this year was better for them than last year.
Yeah, but like I said, that's mainly due to the fact that they didn't have to focus on, like, announcing, or not even announcing, like, focusing on the release of 2 major games that tons of people were looking forward to. But I guess that's all we have to say about Bethesda's, I guess.
Yeah, because they didn't really show much more. It's like hard to say much. Yeah. Although, come on, guys, get the fucking legal ability for Randy Savage Dragons in Skyrim on consoles. That will sell that game for me.
Actually, one more thing. I'm surprised I didn't think of this sooner. They did reveal more Fallout 4 DLC. Like, it was more than likely going to happen. But they have said that this probably is going to be the last batch, but like they also said it was like, you know, the first batch we thought might have been the last, and then we decided to make this, so who knows, there may be more after this, but yeah, so they announced Contraptions DLC, which you build all kinds of like mousetrap crazy stuff. Like conveyor belts and all kinds of stuff, which seems like you'll have some fun stuff to mess around with. Like that might be like Automatron, where you just freaking mess around with freaking robots all the time.
Yeah, Boomhauer will be happy.
Well, yeah. Well, I'd imagine he's bought in the season pass already.
You know he did. You know he has.
Yeah. So you know he's already gonna be getting that stuff. But oh my gosh, I imagine what freaking Fool can make with that crap. Anyway.
I'd rather not. It's Fool. She's dangerous.
She's gonna make like I can't remember like she's gonna make like a freaking torture machine with the freaking conveyor belt, and it's gonna it's gonna have your name on it, just like it's gonna have something like freaking on the side, put your name on the side, because for some reason that needs to happen.
I'm scared.
But anyway. Don't worry, Genocide, I'll be right there for you. Well, I think we both should probably be scared. Anyway. But the next one, you can actually build your own vault now. So that could be interesting to see what people come up with that. So just have basically like...
My vault has one rule. No pants. Unless you're a guy. In which case, you wear 3.
And also... And in that case, I'm especially wondering what Fool could be probably making out of that.
Sex dungeon.
It's gonna be I was about to say, you know it's gonna be a freaking dungeon. You know for a fact it's going to be. It's gonna move that bed of hers into the freaking into the dungeon too. You know it's gonna be a dungeon. You know it's going to be. But then probably the biggest one, which we didn't get that much. That way we didn't get much out of any of them, but the first 2 are kind of self-explanatory. Vault Tech, you get to build your own vault. Contraptions, they're you make your own contraptions. The last one, Nuka World, which looks like you're going to maybe amusement park. You're taking a vacation to a freaking amusement park. So I'd imagine that might be a story DLC or something along those lines. Probably more along the lines of Far Harbor. So that should be interesting for those people that are interested in that.
Which, you know, there are plenty of.
Yeah, I mean, it's freaking Fallout, but also, it was also rumored that that was going to be what the DLC was. Yeah, that's rumored what the DLC was going to be. Because they saw some line of code or whatever in, like, one of the files for one of the DLCs or something like that, and it said Nuka World, and everybody was like, hey, what if it was an amusement park? And, hey, it looks like that's kind of what happened. Yeah, I imagine that's probably kind of far. Obviously, this is probably the furthest off of the DLCs. Yeah, it is, actually, because I think the Contraptions is actually coming out sometime this week or so, I think. So, yeah, there's that.
Holy shit, that's not far off.
Yeah, it's not. But then the Vault one, I'm not sure about that one. It's not too far off either. I think it's probably maybe one of them was maybe July, but I don't know. But yeah, so that's the Fallout DLC, and I'm glad we acknowledged that right away because I'm surprised we didn't come up with that. We freaking talked about the Doom DLC before we talked about the Fallout DLC, and the Fallout DLC has more to it.
I think part of the reason is Doom is very reasonably on my mind, seeing as that's the background for what's going on right now.
Yeah, that's the gameplay footage you're seeing on screen right now. But
not even being pre-recorded, doing this shit lot because that's how we do. I actually was attempting to do like a personal pre-recorded one.
Oh.
Like, okay, I'll do one that's my thoughts, and we got everyone else's thoughts. And I got home from work. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna render that one.
And I'm not feeling like this.
I literally went, fuck it.
Screw this. Yeah.
I actually still have the footage. Like, the same project is just not rendered. Although the background is significantly... I can't say it's less entertaining because it's still a game I love. But it's not Doom. No, it's not Doom.
Oh, it's not Doom. Oh gosh. Well, we only know what other game franchise you have numerous copies of and you love to death.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. And you can't say other game franchise because I only have one Doom.
I only have one Doom. As of right now. You know he's gonna be all over freaking... You all know he's gonna be over Doom 2, because odds are that's gonna happen, although that's kind of early to talk about, but still.
If they release a sequel to this Doom, pre-ordering Collector's Edition date the second it's announced.
Mm-hmm.
I did that for this fucking one.
Well. Mm-hmm. I imagine they will, just considering the fact that, you know, Doom has been a pretty big success. So, but
remind me to look up later how many units it's actually sold. Because in terms of quality, it's definitely a success, but monetary, I'm not sure. I'd hope it's a monetary success because fucking Doom.
Right. But alright, so I think we're done with the Bethesda stuff. Which, if we end up talking more about like the trailers and stuff, I tried to create an E3 playlist of the trailers where we're going to talk about that were on my notes, but anyway, so I might look at the fall.
If we missed anything important from Bethesda, I almost said Doomhauer. Boomhauer is going to yell at us later.
Yeah, you should name yourself that now. It's just Doomhauer. But anyway.
The second he plays Doom, he will be Doomhauer.
Who, me, or what?
No, him.
Or him?
The second he plays Doom, he will be Doomhauer. Whether he likes it or not, he is now Doomhauer.
Doomhauer. Like, shut up! But,
shut up, you fox!
Like, that's what you can change your real name on PSN to be, so your real name doesn't get out there. Or, well, Doomicide kind of sounds a bit, kind of repetitive.
Retarded.
Like, yeah, retarded and repetitive, because it's like, genocide isn't very good, and Doom's just, about as lethal. But, anyway, alright, so in
Doom is a genocide of demons.
especially with Doom Guy. But
Doom Guy
again,
is a
alright, so
living
that's-
genocide. He is my personal hero.
But
I don't
he
care if you
is
call
the
me
transgenetic
Boom
event.
from fucking Boomstick from fucking Screw Attack.
Oh, I thought you were gonna be saying Evil Dead. Like you're a shotgun. I mean, hey, you're a badass
Nah,
shotgun, but
that'd be fucking that'd be Duke Nukem. Fuck Duke.
Fuck the Duke. Oh no. That's what he wants.
If he wants a dude to fuck him in the ass, that's his problem, not mine.
Anyway, that's all the notes. I don't have much notes because I actually labeled these day 1 and day 2. Obviously, day 2 has way more stuff just because I actually saw both. We had 3 conferences that day, and I saw all 3 of them. But anyway, so I guess we're done with Bethesda for.
Yeah, there's not really much more we can touch on.
All right, day 2, starting with Xbox, the first one. All right, Xbox One Slim confirmed. First thing they started with, and yeah, it's a thing now. I mean, it literally was leaked, but
like a day before.
Yeah, like a day before. But at least it was the first thing they showed off, which I don't know if they planned it that way, but if they did, that works out.
They got lucky.
But yeah, but if it isn't, they're like, all right, let's just throw this in front. Like, I mean, like, what were the odds of maybe them showing, like, if they did swap it, they probably were originally showing Gears 4 first, you know? Just opening with that, but, I don't know, considering I think that's pretty much what the next thing that happened afterwards was, so it wouldn't be that crazy to change it. But then again, it could have originally been that way, considering they didn't really even talk about the Slim until, like, later towards the end, if even. But, so yeah, that's a thing. It's going to be. I personally, I like the design of the Slim. I think it looks.
Yeah, the physical design looks
nice.
interesting.
Yeah, it looks nice. It's 40% smaller than the original, which that's something that a lot of people are obviously been wanting since it was the console was originally launched, because it's basically a DVR in terms of size and even bigger.
I've seen smaller DVRs. This thing's a fucking old school VCR.
Yeah, right. Let's see. It has like 4K video type stuff there, which I don't know if it had already because
are you
like,
mixing the
technically? Are they?
Are you mixing the Scorpio and the Slim or?
No. I don't think They said that there was something to do with 4K. But,
that might have just been like 4K video playback or image.
Yeah, that's what I think it was. I wasn't saying like 4K gaming.
I thought that's what you meant. Like, shit, I think you're mixing that up.
Yeah, but like I said, also was the fact that apparently I guess either they're just advertising that again, or if the Xbox One originally wasn't capable of that, which is interesting because the PS4 is technically capable of.
If I remember correctly, it was capable of it, but I think it's one of those features that was never really used by anyone.
Yeah, but the thing is, what they may have put that in there for was if it's anything like the PS4, for me at least, from what I heard for a while, I heard a lot of back and forth. Because when I heard, like, oh yeah, PS4 is not capable of 4K, and I'm like, wait, I thought it was, because like Netflix said, oh yeah, it's gonna be ready and everything, and then also, then I heard it's like, okay, well it is capable of 4K, but it's only for videos and you know, pictures and stuff like that, but not for gaming. And then I was like, okay, that makes more sense, and that is what it is. But the thing is, if anybody had any experience like I did, and just heard both things and were back and forth, and they didn't know what to believe, and just figured it wasn't actually a thing, maybe they put that in there for people that just didn't know, and they're just saying upfront, yeah, yes, Xbox One has had like pretty much limited 4K stuff, but it is there. So maybe they did that to straighten that out.
Which would make sense.
Because
such confusions can be a bad thing.
So they also see it was 40%. Alright, one thing, I will say this, I just remembered it. This is the big thing for me. They put the power supply in the freaking console finally.
That's still shocking. It's like, holy shit. But
yeah, well, first of all, it took them like a whole generation and part of the next to finally freaking do that. I mean, the Xbox One's big enough to freaking put that thing in there. Like, that wouldn't even be a quarter of the console size. But they finally put an integrated power supply in the freaking box. Hallelujah, Microsoft actually freaking did this. It's like, Microsoft acknowledged the freaking brick in the room, which is basically only good for... Yeah. Puns! Anyway, it was literally just... The only thing it was good was for a freaking footstool. I mean, like, warm your feet by putting on top of it while you're playing in the Xbox.
Or murdering someone.
Or what?
You could kill someone with that fucking thing, and you know it.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, I probably could. Just... But, I mean, it's just so unnecessary. Because, like, the only console I know other than that had the brick last generation was the Wii. And the Wii... Yeah, the Wii. But the thing is, that thing wasn't almost like a quarter of the size of the console. Well, actually, it probably was, considering how small the Wii was. But still, it wasn't that big.
I think it's probably half
the
size of the Wii.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, the PS3 had an integrated power supply. Like, every console has that. So it's like, why did they feel like... Maybe they felt like, okay, we'll keep it from getting overheated. Obviously, that didn't freaking work, because your launch 360s were freaking crap. Hence the red ring. So, the freaking original 360s were such sloppy designs, and it's evident from that. I mean, the whole freaking Tau trick just goes to show that, but, anyway... I don't know what, just like are you familiar with the Tau trick? You know what I mean by that?
Nope.
Alright,
well, I saw last generation on the Wii.
But, the 360 Tau trick, basically what it was the reason why the red ring happened was because, like, I guess the motherboard or something kind of got bent, and they kind of went out of the place they were supposed to be. So what they did was they actually had it to where they heated up the 360s, and they used a towel to heat it up, and that would actually, like, meld it back together, and it would fix it.
So essentially,
is what they
you
did.
use a freaking design flaw to fix another design flaw.
Yeah, but also, on a completely other note, we'll get back to E3 in a minute, is the fact that that's something shady that GameStop was doing back in the day, because when you sold your bad 360s, like the red rings, into them, and you got a new one, basically what they were doing was they were taking it into the back, doing the Tau trick, and giving it back to you. So, yeah, they weren't actually giving you, like, a different 360, I guess. They were literally, I guess, maybe giving you the same thing, just with the Tau trick. But, anyway, regardless. Back to the Slim. They finally have the freaking integrated power supply, which is so appreciated. Why the Xbox One had that to begin with? Like, the Xbox One's power brick was, I think, slightly bigger than the original anyway.
Like I'm saying, you could fucking kill someone with that shit.
Yeah, especially with the one on the Xbox One, because there's freaking, pointed corners of that thing. It's, but, it's just such an inconvenience when you're trying to set up a console. It's just, that's another thing, is there's such an inconvenience. You have to set up the power brick, and you have to do all this crap. It's just so unnecessary. I mean, whatever. But, yeah, but it has an integrated power supply. It has this thing called an IR, whatever, blaster or whatever. Not sure what that is. But I think the original 360, or at least the one I had something like that. I don't know what it freaking did, but, let's see. There was that, oh yeah, another thing is, it has a 2 terabyte hard drive now. You can buy it with a 2 terabyte hard drive, which is nice, and it's inevitable that would eventually happen. So you're starting to, I imagine you're going to be able to start buying your console with 2 terabyte hard drives, which is so nice, considering, for us, we have to buy them, but, and, odds are with all the stuff coming out in the fall, if I end up getting at least, like, even some of that, then, I will probably, I'm glad I bought my I have a 1 terabyte hard drive now. Granted, it's not the best, but still, at least it's going to get some of that stuff on there. But,
we need Sony to figure out a way to upgrade the PS4s so that they can address more than more than their current terabyte limit. Because I forget how much they can do, but...
Well, I was about to say, it's like, I think the recommended maximum is 2. I think you can put 3 in, but anything above that, I think, it's not gonna happen.
But then again, even at that point, just try finding a fucking 3 terabyte laptop hard drive for a good price, no less. Like,
yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
So it's like, just in the future, it's like, we need a way to make sure that we can actually play our fucking games.
Well, with the true next generation, not this, halfway, upgrade point stuff, which we'll get through. We'll get there. But, in the future, we'll obviously have, by that point, a terabyte hard drives by default. We'll probably even have, like, maybe 3 by the default by then. But hopefully we don't have access to another storage, medium, like going, like it was from going to gigabytes to freaking terabytes. Because that's the thing they kind of screwed up with at the beginning of this generation was, 500 gig hard drives. Yeah, you picked up right where you left off, but 1 terabyte hard drives weren't that hard to get. They didn't cost all that much. And also the fact that, you could say like, oh, they were just trying to sell some of the 5 terabyte, 500 gig.
I'll take a 5 terabyte.
They didn't right? But they're trying to sell like the 500 gig hard drives that they didn't have before. I don't freaking care if they're trying to sell them. Use them for other stuff. Use them for all other crap. You should have put at least a terabyte in by default. But hopefully if there's like a new whole range of, whatever the next thing after a terabyte would be, hopefully that's not what happens.
Petabyte?
Oh my gosh, you imagine a freaking console with a petabyte hard drive in there? That's freaking insane to think about. Because that's like freaking deep web stuff there. That's like how much is on the freaking dark web. Anyway, several fucking petabytes, my gosh. Anyway, mind blown. But it has 2 terabyte hard drives.
Probably by the time we're like 80, and you see games that are fucking like 5 petabytes each.
Oh my gosh. Holy shit. That will be, by the time I turn 80, that will be 2080. It will.
You fucking
my age,
millennial.
my age pretty much matches up with the year, for the most part. But anyway. So, yeah, deduced my age. But anyway. Not that hard.
Fucking 12-year-old.
I'm 12 in 2016! But...
Nope, it's 2012. We never left the year 2012. The world ended in 2012, but it's still 2012. You fucking 12-year-old. 2012, 2012, 2012, 2612.
Illuminati confirmed. 2012 confirmed. But anyway, back to the Slim. Yeah, it has 2 terabyte hard drive. There's multiple versions of it. I think that's the main thing with the console. So, they're actually having a thing like high definition range or whatever the crap in there, which I don't think is going to make that much of a difference. But, yeah, that's the console itself. The controller is a little bit different. In terms of the back of the controller, they're actually taking a note from Sony's book from the PS4, because that grip type stuff they have on the back of the PS4 controllers, they're kind of adding something like that, at least it looks similar to the newer Xbox One controllers on the Slim. So that should be interesting. And not only that, but new Xbox One kind of reminds me of at least the PS4 that I have, because I have that Destiny one, the white one. So...
Why would you do that to yourself?
Hey, it's PS4 anyway. So, but that's just I thought it was kind of similar a little bit, and it is really nice how much smaller they made it. It does look nice. The controllers have increased range. They have like Bluetooth and stuff, which I think they already have before. So that's really
I think it was like Wi-Fi Direct or something beforehand.
Oh yeah. I think actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I think that is what they had actually before. So yeah, they actually upped it to Bluetooth now. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I completely forgot about that. But yeah, so that's basically the Slim itself. I think There's going to be somewhat different versions. Like the minimum one that's like $300 is going to come with a 500 gig hard drive, which why they're selling those, I don't freaking know. But then like the highest one, I think is going to maybe come with a. I think probably would maybe come with a 2 terabyte, or I don't know. But yeah, there's a few different versions going from like $399, I think. Yeah, $399 to like $499. But yeah. But anyway, I think that's it for that one. I'll check that off. One small little thing I put on here just to bring up is the Play Anywhere program that they're doing, which is basically cross-buy.
Yeah, that I'm actually in favor of, because more things like that are very pro-consumer, and that's definitely a fucking good thing.
Especially considering how much they're kind of trying to integrate, Windows 10 and their consoles having the same games on them. But yeah, so anytime you see a specific the Play Anywhere logo, or at least advertised, I don't know if it's going to be. I'd imagine it's probably going to be on the game cases. I'd imagine.
Or at least,
but
well, they say it's on the. I remember reading it was a game you buy. If it's a game you buy digitally, so it would likely be labeled as such on this store.
Or at least it's something that you see, like if you looked at the, like on the Xbox store page for a game, it would say if it would have that logo there if it had it, because I know they do that with a lot of their other stuff. But yeah, so basically, if you don't know what Sony's cross-buy thing is to compare it to, basically, if you buy if you buy a game on the Xbox One that is also on the Windows 10, that you could play on Windows 10. Basically, you buy one of them. I don't know if it works both ways. I'd imagine it would. But if you buy it on the Xbox One, you'll get it on Windows 10 for absolutely free. And so basically, that's basically what Sony has done in the past with the Vita and the PS3 and PS4. They've kind of transferred a lot of them, interchanged them. But then they also, part of the Play Anywhere program, as the title suggests. As the title suggests, you can actually have like your saves and everything transferred between both platforms, so you can pretty much continue whatever stuff you're doing.
Which is smart.
So, yeah. So that's nice that they're doing that. That's a nice thing that they're doing. Not much to talk about there. But I think from what the games that I remember, there's a good amount of games they showed that support this. I know one of them, the first one they showed off was Gears of War 4 is going to have that for all the co-op stuff and everything. So there's a couple other ones they showed throughout the game, but throughout the
okay, there's one thing I don't understand with Microsoft right now. All their console exclusives are on PC. Before, originally with the Xbox One, it was just the ones that were third party. So Rise, Dead Rising 3. Now it's starting to turn into their first party. So if Gears of War is compatible with this, that means it's being released on PC, correct?
Potentially. I think what it could mean, at least it is right now, maybe not. I don't know, like I could be wrong. If it's not coming to PC, or at least not yet, or not now, at the very least, well, yeah, it probably is actually, because I just kind of screwed myself over. But anyway, yeah, that probably means that. But I understand what they're trying to do, because that's the thing. The thing, like, going back to when they announced the Xbox One and how everybody hated their conference because they talked too much about everything else but the games. But the thing is, not to say they shouldn't have focused on games, at least more, because, yeah, that's the main thing that people know Xbox for, but I understand why they did that, because Microsoft isn't just a gaming company. Now, I know they're advertising Xbox, but combined with the fact that Microsoft is a company other than just gaming, and also combined with the fact that what they're trying to do as a company now and trying to integrate everything so everything works similar, or has similar things that people will get familiar with, I understand why they did that. Now, granted, they should probably, because some of the stuff they talked about, like the TV stuff, that's not something they're trying to integrate with everything else, like, at least for the most part. So they could have cut all that out and everything. But some of the stuff they taught, I do understand why they tried to do the angle, because, like, there's trying to, for example, like they're bringing Cortana to Xbox One is what they also said later, but I don't have that in my notes. But they're bringing a lot of stuff.
It's surprising that they hadn't brought that already.
Yeah, well, I think I don't know if they did already. I remember they were getting really close to doing that, but I guess since they haven't yet, they figured, let's just mention the E3 for those who don't know. But I guess while I'm on that subject, I didn't put this in my notes, but since we're kind of in that, I'll mention this. This is like maybe halfway or so through the conference was they were talking about Xbox Live and new stuff that they're adding. Some of that stuff that they're adding, Sony has had for a while, and they're just kind of censoring. Like one of the things they literally had up there was you can play music in the background of your games now, which
Wait,
is
you
like I'm
couldn't do
kind of
that
surprised.
before?
Yeah, I was about to say
You could do
I
that
was
on
surprised that you
360.
exactly. That's what I was wondering. Is like, wait, Xbox One couldn't play music in the background. Now I don't know if it's just music background playing music in the background that's locally on your hard drive that you could or couldn't do before. But the fact they were talking about Xbox Live, maybe it's like you can play music through one of their music services in the background or something like that. I don't know, but like the fact that if you couldn't do it at all before, that surprised me because like you said, that was one of the bigger things for the 360. You could play music in the background of any game. I think that's pretty much how it was since it first came out. So, but then the PS3 it could do it, but not as in many games. It only has like a handful of games that you could actually do that with. So then this generation, both of them, I guess, didn't have music in the background at launch, but Sony got to it first with the USB music. As a matter of fact, they have 3 different ways you can play music in the background of your games. They started off with the USB music player, then Spotify came out, and now you have the media player, all 3 of those. I recommend the USB music player just because it's more of like a native application, so you can swap between your game and that, as opposed to Spotify and media player, which act as separate applications, and you have to suspend your game application to go back.
Well, there
And if
was
you're
the
playing for
quite how was it fucking Curiosity music service originally.
oh, hmm.
Fuck
but
that shit.
it's but it's also the thing is with so if you're playing like a game, for example, like any online game, like I know for a fact GT Online, if you suspend the application for that while you're in that, it will cut off your session.
Oh
So
yeah,
that's
that's all
very
online
inconvenient.
games.
Yeah, so it will cut off your session, which is so freaking stupid. But if you have something like the USB music player that's kind of a native application, and you can just double tap the PlayStation button and swap between them, I use that. But the way you do that is I didn't know this until I actually changed out my hard drives a while back, was it gives you an option to choose which you want to be prioritize for your music playback. And there's actually the way I got to it was I deleted the media player from my hard drive, and then it popped up with the USB music player, and then you have to hit options on that and select, do you want this to be your main source for playback? And I said yeah. So now even if I have the media player, which I think I might still have on my hard drive, don't know, but whenever I plug in the USB, the music player will be back. So because I thought they got rid of it, that's how little it didn't show up at all. Because I thought they got rid of it, and then that's it. But anyway, regardless, so whatever that means, you're able to do that now. They're having a thing called clubs on Xbox One, which is
It's
basically
essentially
if
the
you've had
groups from
yeah.
PSN.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like, which is going to be basically if you've had a PS4 since I don't know, or later I guess in 2015 or whatever when they released whatever update it was that added communities. That's basically the same thing. But hey, it's cool that they're doing that too, and makes sense. What other? They're actually having a one thing that's something I don't think Sony has. I don't know if Sony would really bother with this. Is something called Arena, which is basically if you really want to get the competitive stuff, and I imagine this is could be good for like tournaments that they do, is especially for like the Call of Duty stuff or whatever, is it's actually actual tournament type stuff, so you can set up tournaments and all this stuff. So that should be maybe interesting. What they'll end up doing with that later on.
Definitely trying to get the
Excuse me.
championship market back. Seeing after Call of Duty moved more to Sony, they kind of lost that a tiny bit.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I think there might be a few other things. Oh yeah, there's a thing called Looking for Group, which I think PlayStation has some stuff like that, but I don't necessarily know what. It's like basically, I guess that's like the find session, maybe. Well, then
But
again, I don't think because that's mainly for your friends list people. But yeah, I don't know, but it's basically search for people that I guess are playing the same game or something like that. Whatever. There might be one or so more, but I think those are main ones. But yeah, I don't have that on my notes. I just, since I talked about, yeah, Cortana is also in that list. That's what reminded me of. That's why we talked about it in the first place. But yeah, Cortana is coming to Xbox One, which should be interesting. I guess that's basically, and if the Kinect wasn't already pretty much dead, I guess that's kind of a replacement for it. But still, it's going to be built into the thing, which is going to be interesting if you know, if you have to have the headset or something. Maybe I imagine. I doubt Cortana would be on the levels of like how you can talk to your PlayStation and use it very minimalistic. Like I doubt they would want to do that little with Cortana. I'd imagine they do more.
if
But if
anything, I have
anything,
a feeling they'd take the at bare minimum the level of voice commands available with the Kinect, which let's be honest, is still outnumber the PlayStation 4's voice commands, and simply
well, yeah,
replace the
obviously,
interface with the Cortana interface, which is, let's be honest, better than the freaking Kinect
yeah,
interfaces were.
yeah. They might do that, but also something they maybe could do, if I can think. I know on the 360 they had like a built-in search engine, which obviously was Bing, and that's still on the 360 to this day. So maybe they could maybe kind of be changing that, because I don't know if Bing was the search engine that you could use on Xbox One, and even if it is or isn't, I imagine this is going to be a more convenient way of doing that. But yeah, so they're doing that. But yeah, some interesting things. But also, like I said, it was on my notes. I just since we were talking about Cortana, and I remember the other things they announced along with that. All right, another smaller little thing that I just thought was cool. They didn't talk about it really at all. They show a little video. They're having a program where you can make your own Xbox One controller. So do kind of crazy colors, make your own colored thumbsticks,
That would actually be
buttons.
pretty bitchin'. Sony
Yeah,
copy that
right.
shit immediately.
Yeah, I was about to say Sony just needs to do this because it's a cool. Because literally, what they do is, I'd imagine, I don't know too exact what it is, but I think you might go to like a website or something, and just make it on the website, and then just you send that information to Microsoft. They make it for you, get all the different parts, and make those the colors, and then they just send it to your house, and hey, you got a new controller. So I mean, that's pretty cool, I think.
I mean, depending on
Um,
how in depth it can go, I would like if you could add little like logos and designs and shit on it. Obviously,
well,
nothing
they didn't
obscene.
show. Yeah, yeah, just freaking. You know that people on the internet would be like, "Oh yeah, swastikas, cats, dicks, go." You know,
Power cat's
that's
obscene.
exactly. But
Meow, motherfucker.
anyway, meow, bitch, meow. But anyway, but yeah. So, but one thing they didn't show off any logos, but I imagine if this program lasts a while, which hopefully it does. I mean, I don't think it would be going anywhere. They very well probably could add some sort of logos. But one thing they do have that's kind of a logo type thing you can put on your controller, you can actually type a name, or at least you can put text on your controller. They showed in one spot. I don't know if you can put it anywhere else, but near the like the bottom like middle part of the controller, you can put like, for example, probably even your like your Xbox Live name there, and you know, just put whatever in there. So I thought that was kind of cool too. So who knows? Maybe they'll add to it where you
Honestly,
put like
something
some sort of
even just that much, I'd be okay with
logos.
actually. I mean, I don't need to add the little like symbol I made for myself back in like Black Ops 2, which I still tend to use to this day.
Isn't that your YouTube channel icon you're
Yep.
talking about? Yeah.
And Black Ops 3 and Battlefield 4, Advanced Warfare.
Yeah,
Like,
my case was if you've seen my freaking YouTube channel or my PSN or whatever, that's the same thing I have on mine. I created that through Rockstar Social Club for the crew, but yeah, that's mine. I think it looks alright. about it for a while, and I decided to put it around everywhere. That's what my YouTube channel is. But anyway, yeah, I thought that was just kind of a cool little program that they have. So yeah, I thought that was just kind of neat that they have some. Granted, some of the designs they showed in the video probably aren't the most subtle because they just went kind of nuts with some of the colors. But yeah, you can change the color of the thumbsticks, like the shoulder buttons, kind of stuff like that. And also, since we're talking about controllers, I'll bring this up also. Is like after they showed their presentation of Gears of War 4, they showed off that are you aware with the Xbox Elite controller?
Yes.
That pricey,
they announced that last year, I believe.
Yeah, probably. They're making one, but it's going to be it's kind of a Gears of War 4 style, which it looks freaking cool, actually. It has, like, this battle-damaged look. It has, like, claw marks all over it. It has blood splatters on it. You know, it has all kinds of stuff on it, and it has the Gears logo. But it is a Pro Controller, which means it probably is going to maybe even cost a little bit more than it normally would, considering it's a Gears of War style. It's a custom one. But the even cool little touches is, if you're familiar with the D-pad on that one, it's kind of like a dish, other than like an actual D-pad. It's kind of like a dish. They actually put the symbols of like some of the Gears of War weapons on the D-pad. So like they put that weapon with the chainsaw bayonet on like the right side.
Oh, the fucking like Lancer.
Yeah. They put that one on there. So I guess it's kind of like if you're visually looking at your controller, you know which weapon kind of categories those directions on the D-pad swap to. So I don't know. Overall, I thought it looks kind of cool. It's kind of a badass design. Like I said, it's got the Gears logo. It's got claw marks onto it. It's got blood splatter on it. It's gray. And that's also something they just barely touched on. But yeah, I thought it looked pretty cool. It's probably expensive, like I said, even more expensive than, slightly more expensive than the Elite controller already was, just because it's a, special, kind of customized one. But yeah, small little thing. Thought it was cool. Alright, now into some of the bigger stuff, which this is, like, the next two things are the only bigger. Like, for the most part, we talked about hardware and stuff. But in terms of the one game I have on here, Dead Rising 4.
As I said, the only other games they really showed off were Dead Rising 4 and Forza, which it's a racing game, honestly.
Yeah. It was Forza Horizon 3, which Horizon is more of an outlandish type of thing than the normal Forzas, I think. But
it's a racing game, so it's like, it's a crazy ass racing game. You're kind of limited in what you come to expect.
But anyway, Dead Rising 4, unfortunately it's still Xbox exclusive, which I think Dead Rising probably at this point is going to be exclusive to them, but it still looks freaking cool. They brought back Frank West from the first game, they're bringing him back, and it's a freaking Christmas-themed game. How many are those? Like, the only other ones I can think of, or that I've played at least, is Arkham Origins. That was set on Christmas Eve. So it's like, this is set in Christmas time, and the freaking weapons, it's just, they're going even more crazy with it. Because I think Dead Rising 3, they kind of tried to make it a little more serious, but the thing is, they didn't really need to, because Dead Rising has always had that kind of seeriness somewhat to it, but it's always had, like, in terms of the killing zombies part, freaking, it just gets more insane and insane, and yeah, it's just goofy and it's over the top awesome. That's why we freaking love Dead Rising. But it's Christmas time. The trailer was pretty freaking cool, and they showed some of like the weapons. There's literally a freaking crossbow that shoots candy canes. There's just all kinds of freaking nuts stuff, and it looks really cool. And yeah, and like I said, it's a shame that it's not being multi-platform anymore, or at least not for this game and the launch title, like Dead Rising 3, because my gosh, you would probably get even more sales from this. But, whatever, it's so cool that it's a thing, and it looked very nice, and, it was very Christmas. Also, I love the tagline that they have with it, those are always kind of cool. It says, "Let the sleigh ride begin."
Fucking hell.
It's freaking cool! And it's coming this year too. I think it's coming around holiday of this year too, or
If
something
it didn't
like
come out
that.
holiday this year,
Yeah.
or even just holiday in
Yeah, it'd
general,
be a
I'd be
missed
disappointed.
kind of miss. Yeah. But also, like, since it was revealed like halfway through this year, it's kind of weird to hear Christmas music, but still, it's freaking great. I love it. While I will probably not get a chance to play it unless it's not on, it might just something I'm gonna get. But it's still, I still appreciate that they're still going forward with that franchise, and it looks cool. And it was also leaked before, but it was like Dead Rising 4. Hey, is this gonna happen? Yeah,
Microsoft
it
had
didn't
like
end
the
up happening, but
worst
it was
amount
still
of
freaking.
leaks this year, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, like everybody, like, yeah, Microsoft had like all the leaks. Sony had none.
No, Sony had one.
All right, well, we'll get to that then, I guess, when Sony, because we're not that far from it, obviously. It's
Yeah.
got one conference in the middle, is Ubisoft.
Although
but,
none, I will admit, none like the day before. Like the Sony one was like at least
Yeah.
2 or 3 weeks ahead of time.
But, alright, so I guess that's pretty much all we can say about Dead Rising 4. Alright, next thing, this is the big thing they left us with.
The
They
only
have
part of
been
their conference
working
I
on
got freaking live.
Yeah. Project Scorpio, the upgraded Xbox, I almost said PS4, upgraded Xbox One that has been rumored. It is happening, and they were the first one. Well, actually, no, they were not the first one to get official word, because Sony did technically fully 100% confirm them, because Andrew House came out and said that, yeah, it was happening, but it wasn't going to be at E3. Then Microsoft got in, they were the first one to actually not really show theirs, but they showed it off at E3.
Give information.
Yeah, but they didn't actually show off the console. They showed the parts, like, in a cool kind of, video and everything. They showed off, like, the parts going into it, and then they showed a silhouette, and that was it. They showed a logo. As it currently is, it's called Project Scorpio. Who knows if that's going to be the actual title? That'd be kind of weird if they ended up going with a code name for the final thing.
I'd say just, well, think about it, some of these code names sound better than the actual name. Like, just rewind to, like, a few years. PlayStation VR, what was it originally called?
Morpheus.
Which sounds better?
Right.
You damn well
But I
know.
understand why they. Yeah, but I understand why they went. I think. Heck, I even think the PS4 code name was something like the Orbis. Or
Yeah,
something
which
like
actually,
that.
fun fact, is actually the name of the operating system.
Oh, really? On PS4's home screen, it's called the Orbis.
Well, no, like the operating system itself. That
Oh,
all of it
operating
runs off
system
of.
that.
Like, instead
Oh,
of,
really?
like, think
Huh.
Windows on your computer, except instead of Windows,
Oh, so it's like an Orbis
Orbis.
OS. Huh.
Linux-based, if I remember correctly.
Interesting. I did not know that. I mean, I did know, apparently, from what I already looked up at one point for some reason, the browser on the PS4 is actually like a Firefox or something like that, apparently. But anyway. But yeah, so Project Scorpio is a thing. They're claiming it's the most powerful console ever made, which who knows?
Possible, but
Like
at the same time, they probably thought the same before the PS4 was announced about the original Xbox One.
Yeah, and the thing is, if there's going to be another console, like actual legit console generation, then it can't be unless they're like if they're actually going to move really forward with the tech. Then yeah.
And here's the thing, we still don't know anything about the PlayStation Neo. We know it exists. We know the code name.
And we knew, well, there was some information before it got fully announced. It's
But
like
in terms of
specs. Oh yeah, in terms of, well, actually no, the specs got kind of shown off too.
Huh.
Before the thing.
Son of a bitch. I thought you missed it.
I'll see if I can maybe find a video on it. But anyway, but yeah, they did show it. It's not too crazy different. It's the same type of parts, somewhat. It's like the same name in terms of parts, but they're just somewhat more powerful. But yeah. So there was actually some that did come out. But yeah, I don't know. It's like this is going to be interesting because they basically said that, with all these 3 platforms, no one will be left behind, blah, blah,
Which
blah.
I'm already calling bullshit on.
Yeah, but...
I have reasons to call bullshit.
But it's also the big thing that people have been saying is they opened up the conference with this Xbox One S, the Slim. Them announcing the Scorpio pretty much defeats the entire purpose of making a Slim. They should have
really
just had the
does.
Scorpio be. Yeah, they should have just made the Scorpio be both. They should have had it been an upgraded console, but they should have also made it slim, which I imagine that thing better be slimmer than the Xbox One still. Because if it's not, and it's basically the Xbox One size but just powerful parts, what the crap is the point? You know? It better be an Xbox One Slim, but with all those newer parts, more powerful parts, and like your freaking 5 or whatever teraflops in there, okay? Yeah, that they made a big deal, like, oh, it's teraflops, those are the best pixels I've ever seen. It's like, oh my gosh.
Well, you do realize that technically speaking, well, the teraflops are important. I mean, technically speaking, because of the
I'm sure technically they're important. I'm sure they're technically important, but nobody that doesn't already know what that is going to care.
Well, I'll put it this way. Teraflops are essentially how some countries, such as Japan, determine whether something is a supercomputer or not.
Mm-hmm.
In Japan, the PS4 is technically considered a supercomputer by the guidelines they use.
Okay.
So.
But I'm just saying,
it has
like,
importance.
Yeah,
which,
like,
for the
I'm
record,
not
by
saying
their guidelines, the Xbox One Scorpio would definitely count as one.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I'm not trying to say it's not important. I'm sure it is, because all, you know, it's still part of it goes into it. But I'm just saying, nobody walks into a store saying, oh yeah, I want an Xbox One that has 5 teraflops in it. Nobody really does that. So I'm just saying, it's like, yeah, it's
Sometimes
important.
I do.
But anyway.
You knew that was coming.
I kind of didn't, but I'm not surprised that it happened. But yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's a thing now. Now, Sony's gonna have to probably do something. Although they kind of beat Microsoft to the punch a little bit. They haven't shown off anything officially for theirs, other than they're saying, yes, the PS4 Neo is a thing, but it's not going to be at E3, but it is happening, we're working on it, it is actually real. Which I think, obviously, a lot of people figured, but, you know, it's just 100% official because it's coming from Andrew House from Sony, Sony himself. But, yeah, I don't know.
I'm still calling bullshit on freaking Phil Spencer's thing of no one's going to be separated or left behind, because here's the thing. First of all, you're the guy who before this didn't even like the idea of having upgraded systems.
Yeah, Phil Spencer did go back and forth with a lot of the stuff. He's like, yeah, I think we could probably it'd be a good idea to have interchangeable parts or something like that. Then he went ahead and said, no, it probably wouldn't be a good idea, and then they're freaking making the Scorpio.
And on top of it all, not long after that, after the conference, in an interview, he's all for his exact words were something along the line of, it's up to the game developers if there will be Scorpio exclusive games. So,
yeah,
immediately dropping the pretense of no one left behind.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Sony in the like rumored stuff, it hasn't officially come from them, but all the freaking at that time rumored stuff that came out about the Neo, almost said NX, but the Neo, that stuff. They're putting kind of guidelines in, but they're just saying it's up to maybe the developer of like exactly what they want to do with the game. But so much for the information they've said, like, there's not going to be, I guess there isn't going to be any Neo exclusive games. They're going to run on both. Granted, one's going to run a bit better than the other, but they're doing what they can not to fully separate anybody. But you know, it's still kind of worrisome.
Belief, I don't think many game developers are going to run the risk of having exclusives
or whatever.
Simply because, think about it, let's say in the first year 10 million people buy a PlayStation Neo, or simply, I say PlayStation Neo simply because I know the number of PlayStation 4s roughly sold off the top of my head. Now, just assuming that none of those people own a PlayStation 4 to begin with, If you make one that's compatible with both, you have a maximum potential sales number of 50 million. So you have potential of 50 million customers you can reach. Obviously, you're not going to reach them all, but that's your potential. Now, 50 million sounds pretty good to a CEO. If you limit that to just the Neo, that's 10 million. And even if all those 10 million people that would buy a Neo the first year already had original PS4s and simply upgraded, you're still shorting yourself 30 million potential customers. I don't see many CEOs doing that shit.
Right. But anyway, I found a video. Obviously, I'm not going to listen to it, but I found a screen. It has a screen, on the screen, the parts that they say that is in the Neo. But hold on, let me go back a little bit, see if anything else gets talked about. They brought up some kind of bullet points. Anyway, all right. It says starting in October, every PS4 game is required to ship with a base mode for the current PS4 and a Neo mode for the stronger PS4. That's a bullet point. And then the spec that says original PS4. The CPU had an 8 Jaguar cores at 1.6 gigahertz. And the Neo is going to have 8 Jaguar cores at 2.1 gigahertz.
So first of all, we have a processor boost buff.
The CPU, and then GPU will be is currently in the PS4 in the original PS4. AMD GCN 18 CUs at 800 MHz, so that's what it's currently
megahertz.
And then, yeah, that's what I thought. And then in the Neo, it will have improved AMD GCN 36 CUs at 911 megahertz. And then the last thing they have listed on here, is memory. It currently is in the original PS4 is 8 gigabytes of GDDR5, 176 gigabytes, I guess, per second. And then the Neo is going to have 8 gigabytes of GDDR5, 218 gigs.
So essentially, we're not getting a boost to the amount of RAM, but we are getting a boost to how much memory is moving around, which I'd say is probably connected to the buff for the CPU.
But I'll go ahead and list off some of the other bullet points because there's some other bullet points that are along with the screenshot of the supposed specs. Who knows? They're probably more than likely. But it says Sony is offering suggestions to developers on how to reach higher resolutions, but is also allowing their freedom to how to approach the extra power. Got the same bullet point.
Now it does seem a little strange to me. Some things, for example, having the CPU be exactly the same with just the pretty much having it clocked at a higher speed seems a little strange to me. Who knows? Maybe there's a good reason. I don't know. But you think if anything they would have chose a related CPU?
But I mean, who knows? Maybe these specs currently, these haven't been confirmed by Sony. I don't think so. Who knows? Maybe this could be wrong by a little bit, or maybe be wrong in general. So I don't know.
The RAM doesn't seem all that wrong to me, though. I don't think they're really going to boost that up. And they're not going to use a newer form of RAM because, to my knowledge, there really isn't all that much. I mean, there's 3D stacked RAM, but from what I understand, that's not ready for normal use yet.
A lot of use. The next bullet point is Sony is requiring the frame rate of Neo games to be equal to or greater than the frame rate that is on the current PS4.
Which makes sense. You don't want the performance of your freaking new system games to be weaker than your Neo version.
This one,
Or
if like
older
I said,
version.
this yeah, like I said, all this stuff, don't take it with a grain of salt because we haven't heard confirmation of it. Hasn't been official. Only thing we've officially heard from Sony is obviously it's happening, but it wasn't at E3 and stuff like that. And also, I think he did say it isn't going to replace the current PS4, which is basically what this this bullet point. So this one seems like it is true. It says Neo will not replace the current PS4, but they will coexist. But coexist with. Okay, I think that's it. Anyway, it will coexist, and they will use the same PlayStation Store, the same UI, everything. Which also makes sense because they don't want to try to extremely separate
Differentiate. I think that's all we got for Microsoft, huh?
That's it then.
What's this on? Alright, also another bullet point is there will be no Neo-only games. Developers are not allowed to separate player base when playing online.
So Sony, whereas Microsoft is kind of going well pussyfoot route of going, maybe if the developers want it, Sony's like, fuck that.
And then another
So again,
bullet
going
point
pro-consumer.
is,
Good shit.
yeah. Another bullet point, it says developers cannot offer exclusive Neo-only features, but they can include enhanced features.
That one I think is a little weird. I mean, although at the same time, what kind of extra features would they use or have from the Power Buff,
But, also, let's see, current documents say developers can release Neo-ready games before the Neo releases.
Which makes sense. After all, you would want as many games as possible to be compatible with the Neo.
Primary access points to the tower were destroyed in the explosion. The
Oh,
pipeline is
what's this?
damaged.
Older games can take advantage of Neo if the developer wants to patch their games.
Frost boots in the maintenance hangar.
Sony, you need to do this with all of your so far released first-person or first-party exclusives by the time the Neo comes out.
That would make sense. Okay, but anyway, that's just a small little thing considering I just wanted to bring that up since just I wasn't aware of the specs and some of the other bullet points that had come out. But anyway, let's see, go back to the thing here. I hate my freaking phone's lock screen because for some reason it's like, oh no, that didn't work. Oh no, that didn't work. Granted, I have it turned off to where the little line that you can draw isn't visible, so if I turn that back on, it could probably be helpful. Anyway.
I just use passcode.
Primary access points to the
Yeah,
tower were
but
destroyed.
Or
anyway,
PIN number, whatever
so
you
yeah,
want to call it.
The pipeline is damaged, but still.
But that is Project Scorpio. I guess that's all the notes I have about the no, I'm not going to cross the data for the Xbox conference. They, like I mentioned a little bit, was they showed off some Gears stuff, which, yeah, that looks interesting and everything. But like I mean, I like the Gears franchise. I've played the first.
Never
three.
played it, but I always thought they looked good.
Yeah, I played the first one and the second one because I had a dual thing. I don't know if they were on the same disc or if they were separate discs. I think they might have been separate, but I got a.
Well, they were talking
bundle,
360, so not exactly having Blu-ray here.
But then I ended up getting, since I actually have Xbox Live Gold now, I actually ended up, for one of the free games that they gave away was Gears of War 3, and I figured, alright, I guess I might as well actually try it. And I did end up playing through that, and that's about as far as I have with the Gears franchise. I've never played Judgment, and obviously...
Which I heard Judgment was meh.
Yeah, Judgment wasn't the strongest from what I've heard, but that it was like a prequel at that time, so... those seems like they're always kind of, whatever, they're good, or whatever. Yeah, I guess that's everything, that's, like I said, at least that's everything I have for the Xbox conference. I don't think you probably would have any other, like, kind
Like I said, the only thing I really caught personally from the Microsoft conference was Scorpio. Which, honestly, here's the thing, like, I got home from class, which, man, do I have some stories to tell you that you would laugh at. But another time. And I turn my computer and I immediately end up watching or end up well, actually, I even accidentally started watching the Microsoft conference. Like, I didn't even realize it was still going. Somehow I managed to accidentally click on a link to it, so I'm watching. I catch it just at the end, and as I'm opening up the cabinet to get something to eat, because I'm in the kitchen at the time, because I moved my laptop into the kitchen so I could like watch stuff and like eat at the same time. I hear him start talking about the Scorpio, and I immediately go, no, 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 bad Phil Spencer, don't you do this. Flip Madman went and fucking did it.
No, don't do that. But,
Then he went and did it, the absolute madman.
It's like, no, don't cross the streams. Anyway. But yeah, it happened. I knew it was gonna happen at the end of the conference because I knew as soon as he started talking about, you know, we're always looking for more power and everything, I was like, yeah, he's gonna announce it, isn't he?
Unfortunately. And so, on to Ubisoft?
Yeah, I guess we'll go on to Ubisoft now, considering I guess we're done with. Unless, well, you probably can't talk much about how you thought of the pacing or whatever the conference.
I cannot. I was at work at the time, unfortunately.
Yeah. For me at least, I guess, it didn't go by very fast. It felt like it was, because it was like an hour, 2-hour conference, whatever. It felt like it did obviously go on for a while. I think it was around an hour on conference, but I guess in terms, it probably was like the opposite. It felt like it was longer than it actually was, unlike, you know, with what I thought Bethesda's, and obviously, I'll just say this right now, what I thought Sony's was, those went by freaking fast. And I was like, holy crap, that was an hour that I just spent watching this? It felt like 30 or 40 minutes. But, anyway, yeah, Microsoft, I think, was, you know, just, it felt like it probably would have actually felt, so it felt like, you know, okay, this is taking a while. But anyway, yeah, I think they did alright. I mean, they got, I guess, what they wanted to get out there and everything, but,
after looking,
anyway, I guess, yeah, go ahead.
After, like, I looked through, once I got home, I looked through the announcements while Sony's was going on. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed with Ubisoft's announcements.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't really announce, but, alright, the notes I have, let's see how many of these I have. I only have 3 of them. One of them, I think, is the obvious one.
Watch Dogs.
South Park.
Never mind.
Well, not one. Yeah, not Watch Dogs. Although, I will say, the stuff they showed for Watch Dogs, it looked cool. I mean, it looked
I'm
like
still iffy on Watch Dogs just because you tricked me with the first one. I'm not letting you trick me into pre-ordering the second one.
Well, you don't have to say pre-order the thing, but at least
they want you to pre-order it. They have 6 different fucking editions for pre-order.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of what a lot of I mean, that's like Ubisoft and EA. Like, EA's freaking sports games have like 3 different versions. Like, who gives a crap?
Yeah, but I'll give EA a break. 3 is still better than 6.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still not as bad as last year.
But yeah, Watch Dogs, I don't know, it looks like they are trying to take it in a different direction. It looks like they're trying to kind of put it in a more kind of, maybe not so much goofier, but more, I guess, fun direction other than the first one, which was more...
So, sort of pulling a Saints Row where they try to go all serious, like GTA style, and then end up going...
Yeah, they start off kind of serious, and then, like, by the time, like, especially by the time 4 came out, there was like, screw it, dildos everywhere.
Dildos, aliens, oh, dildos, aliens, presidents, oh my.
Superpowers, freaking crazy character customization.
My foot itches, like, horribly right now.
But, yeah, not too much to say. I was watching this, and it's a very small detail, but the mini-map in Watch Dogs 2 is... Then again, I'm not too familiar if there was even a mini-map, or if what it looked like in the first game, because I never actually played it. but that and I don't really have seen much gameplay of it. So, but the mini map in this one is actually kind of a little awkward in terms of mini maps, but it's like the GTA 5 map, but if it's stretched up a little further, as if it was a cell phone. And the time, like the in-game time is actually on the top of that, which compared to like GTA, the time goes by more realistically. Because in GTA, it's set like it only goes up to like 25. I guess in-game would be hours, but or 24 hours, whatever. But they obviously go by way faster. As opposed to this, it actually is more realistic. Like it actually feels like those are minutes going by. It's just kind of a small thing. The mini map looks kind of weird, but I guess it makes sense for Watch Dogs. It looks kind of like what you would like if you're looking at a cell phone screen. But anyway,
I hope it turns out to be good, because good games are obviously a good thing, but Watch Dogs, I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows? It could just be one of those sequels that, like, you know what, first one didn't do well, we're willing to make another one, screw it, let's just change the direction, and, whatever.
Make a good game.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Dead Rising, or not Dead Rising, well, Dead Rising's always kind of been goofy, but Dead Island's kind of not done yet, because the second game's going through trouble. I don't know if it's been canceled or not. It might have been, but
I'll put money on it and getting canceled.
Yeah, I know. Last time I heard, they were having a lot of trouble. That they swapped some sort of developer or whatever, or at least they were having trouble. But hopefully that's not one of those games that got good. Hopefully they can come back from that, because that freaking game looks nuts. It looks like maybe, I think it's first person, so it's almost like a crazy first person, like Saints Row, whatever, all that crap mixed together. It looks off the walls insane. But anyway, the point I'm trying to get is how, Dead Island obviously started off trying to be serious, and then it was like, screw it, Dead Island 2, freaking going nuts, freaking rainbows, all the freaking lightsabers, freaking music, all that crap, we're going nuts with it. But, who knows, maybe that kind of thing. I don't think Watch Dogs 2 is going that off the walls fun or anything like that goofy, but they're trying to change the direction. But anyway, first thing I had on my notes was South Park: The Fractured Butthole.
Fun fact, I actually, like, literally a day or two before E3 started, I was actually at work and I said to my boss, well, the assistant manager I was, so one of my bosses, like, whatever happened to that game? They announced it last year, and it's been fucking quiet ever since.
Mm-hmm.
And then, here they are with the fucking release date.
Mm-hmm.
Which, don't get me wrong, I sound annoyed maybe, but I'm happy.
Mm-hmm. But, the stuff they showed, which is, in the IGN post show I watched, they said, like, and I agree with them, it's kind of hard for this type of game to show gameplay, because we kind of know what it's going to be, and it's kind of hard just to present that, because it's just a freaking character bobbling around the freaking screen. So it really, I mean, obviously the humor is there, but it's like, it's kind of hard to present that when you have so many other games that are like freaking explosions, or, just freaking, something's always going on. But, from what they showed, I never did play the first one, but I've obviously seen it, and it's a game I don't think I would mind picking up, obviously, because it's freaking hilarious.
Well, if you pre-order the new one.
Yeah, that's another thing. This is another one of those examples. If you currently pre-order South Park: The Fractured Butthole on, just pre-order it, you will actually get a PS4, Xbox One version of South Park: The Stick of Truth, and you'll be able to catch up with it. Which is interesting, because that's like some games, like some of the other games they already, like with Bethesda, they already had a definitive edition for like Dishonored, so they already had it and they're just packaging it. This one's, they're actually packaging a new remaster, maybe not remaster, just port maybe.
Well, it's hard to remaster a game like South Park.
Yeah, not only that, I was about to say, it's like, there's not much you probably really need to remaster with graphics like South Park, but other than maybe obviously just converting it to, higher resolution or whatever, but, yeah, but, the stuff that they showed, the freaking humor was very interesting, because obviously they freaking poked fun at Marvel how all their movies are divided up into phases. And it's like, alright, so we're gonna have a black man in phase 3, and we're gonna have all this crap. It's like, yeah, that just makes sense. But, yeah, it's definitely gonna be poking fun at Marvel. And they even poked fun at, Marvel and the two creators of South Park were up on the Ubisoft stage, how they were saying, well, Marvel actually wanted to call Captain America Civil War. They wanted to call it Captain America the Fractured But Whole, but we had that taken, so they just swapped to Civil War. But they even make fun of Civil War in this, because that's literally because the Civil War happens with the South Park characters because they can't agree on what they want to organize their movie phases to be. So they're like, oh, we're going to make our own movie franchise and all the different phases. Fine, you go do that, and a freaking Civil War happens between the two people, or the two teams. So it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be... Yeah, hopefully it's not like that the entire game, because yeah, it's fun to poke fun at that, but if that's the one thing you're doing, it doesn't make much sense. But I doubt it's freaking South Park. They have so much freaking range of the jokes and everything, and I imagine they'll be fine. But in terms of the game we saw, they're changing the combat system a little bit. It's more grid-based than just kind of just stand there and do something when it's your turn. They're actually kind of having a grid-based thing where you can kind of move around a little bit, which is interesting. They're just having a couple of other different things, so they're changing the combat and stuff like that. But they also showed, like in the first game when you started, you had the option to pick your class. You could be like a mage. I forget exactly like a mage, but one of them I know was a freaking Jew, just because, oh yeah, South Park, we have to throw in that. So, but,
I'm a deadly master of jujitsu.
Exactly. But, in this, I don't think they showed the classes, but you're actually, like, creating your own kind of superhero in this. And there's, like, different abilities you're picking from and everything. But, yeah, and this one also picks up pretty much right where the first one stopped. And the cool thing they're kind of throwing into this is, since the kids are swapping from playing like fantasy to playing superheroes, in the demo they showed, which seems like it might take place near the beginning of the game, is at the end the new kid in the first game, which is the player, becomes a king at the end. So in the next one, he's still a king, but they swapped playing games, so they're not playing fantasy anymore. So he's pretty much just nothing now. And Cartman even says, "Dude, wait, look at your stupid crap. What are you freaking doing? You're not a superhero." So that has to take place, like maybe at the beginning or near the beginning, considering he's not become a superhero yet. So, but I don't know. It's just. It looks interesting what they're doing with that, but yeah, it looks like it's just going to be, it's just as fun as the first one, maybe even more. But they're obviously going to be poking jokes at, the superhero movies
everything
and everything. Yeah, and not only that, but it's everything. It's everything in general. But yeah, but I already mentioned how they're having the pre-order, get the first one thing, but
sadly, I think that's really all that's noteworthy from Ubisoft. What else did we see? We saw a new open world extreme sports game. Okay.
Yeah, we saw
Ghost Recon's Wildlands again.
Yeah, that was the thing I think that was the thing they pretty much opened up with, which looked interesting, but the one thing I want to say about that was the freaking conversations they were having. I couldn't tell if that was stuff that was in the game, but then again, because the one thought I had, okay, if this dialogue is in the game, this makes no sense for them to be talking like this, because they're trying to be stealthy and they're talking just like to the point where you probably be able to hear them before they stab you in your freaking head or something. So it doesn't make any sense.
Knowing Ubisoft, they were probably doing a thing where they try to fake what people say while playing games.
Well, that's the other thing.
Which is I thought fucking stupid.
Yeah, and then I was like, okay, either that's the case, and that's the reason why I thought that was stupid, if that was the reason. But then I was like, okay, well, either that, or there's people that are talking on headsets to each other, and like, okay, that would explain the freaking conversations, but it's still like, I mean, but I wasn't sure if that was the case either, because I saw these little microphone, like, prompts on the side of the screen, so I saw that, and I was like, okay, maybe they are talking to each other, but it's like, I don't know. But yeah, the dialogue didn't feel all that genuine, so that's the problem.
See,
But that's
Ubisoft has a
because
problem
you're
of
trying.
doing that shit. Like, and it
Yeah,
ends up
it's
feeling
just,
like
well,
Battlefield, or like this one really shitty like Call of Duty version of Battlefield Friends that someone tried making, and it's like trying to make Battlefield Friends into Call of Duty. It ends up with the same result. You have the actual conversations people have when playing games, which is more like Battlefield Friends, and then you have the bullshit they're trying to sell you, which is more like that Call of Duty one. Meanwhile, there's actually a good version of that out there, so I would look back in to see if they restarted that again.
But speaking of being like the genuine of some of the stuff, that's one thing I noticed about Ubisoft, because the only conferences I saw of E3 last year was Ubisoft's, and then I saw Sony's. Those were the only ones I saw last night. The only reason I saw Sony's was because I was waiting for Sony's, and then I was like, oh, Ubisoft's is on. So I was like, okay, I'll watch this one. But anyway, the one thing I've noticed from last year's and this year's is Ubisoft's conference themselves kind of feels a bit more genuine to me. They don't try to be extremely, like, completely professional. Obviously they have to because it's a conference, but they're willing to just kind of, have a few jokes here, just kind of have fun. They swear every now and then. It's just more like what people actually act like. So it kind of, that's the part I kind of like about it. Just kind of a bit more genuine in terms of how they're up on stage acting and everything. But that's kind of something I guess you could also put to when we go to Sony's from Ubisoft that are like final thoughts of how we thought the conference was. You can put that in there for me at least. But yeah, in terms of like the dialogue during the Ghost Recon thing, yeah, it's like, whatever.
They can do decently casual and presenting shit, but during the shit they're presenting, it's like, no gamer talks like this while playing a game. We try to be serious for 10 seconds, and we go, fuck that shit.
Yeah, it's like, but the thing is, we kind of talk like that, because they're trying to be serious, but just the way they're saying the stuff, and just like, it's like, yeah, we don't talk like that. We talk about that type of stuff when we're playing the game, like, alright, I got this vehicle, I'm coming towards you guys, all that stuff. We talk like that. That's the stuff we say, but that's not how we say it. I mean, honestly,
just fucking hire people like us next time. We get to play a new game, and we will gladly give you actual decent commentary.
Yeah, like how us actually commentate. But the thing is, also, ironically, going back real quick to Xboxes, ironically, obviously, in terms of their presentation, they're more professional, and like I said, Ubisoft seems more casual. But the thing I was going to bring up is the fact that they showed a game from Rare, and it's called Sea of Thieves, I think. And they actually showed the gameplay of that, and they showed people's like face cams up in the corner, because they had a group of people that have never played the game before or anything, and they put them and had them play the game without any tutorial and see what they just did, and that was the gameplay for the game that they had, and the things that people were saying and everything, and just how they were acting, felt way more genuine in how people actually react like us when we're playing games in general, which is ironic considering like how when with Ubisoft it's like the exact opposite. Their presentation is casual, but when they're actually trying to have dialogue during the game, it tries to be professional or whatever. It's like, no, that's not how it works. You can't have professional, like, freaking conversation when it's gaming. It's like, it's just, you're talking to friends that you know, and
But
no one
fucking
wants to,
Sony
like,
tried that shit once with PlanetSide 2 on PS4. It's like,
no, that didn't work out either.
no one fucking talks like they did in that goddamn trailer. No one goes, I think they need some shock and awe. It's like, no. No one does. No one does, like, okay, we have 30 seconds,
no one needs your shock and awe.
It's like,
But,
no one fucking talks like, T-minus 30 seconds till inbound. It's like, no one fucking does that shit.
Yeah, right? We're not actually military. If anything, we'll see, alright, it'll be inbound in 30 seconds, but not 30 seconds, blah, 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 you know?
At most, we'll say,
But,
on our way.
yeah, on our
coming
way.
to you, fuckstick.
Exactly. Tweedledum and fuckstick, or whatever.
Which one was that? I think it was fuckstick.
Yeah. But, anyway, yeah, there's that. That's what they opened with. And also, I want to continue my joke that I said was, yay, they didn't announce like 50 Tom Clancy games. If anything, they just talked about the 2 that they already had.
Wait, yeah, there was Division DLC, wasn't there?
Yeah, Division Expansion 1, and then they briefly showed something for the second expansion, which the trailers for Division, at least, like, the I think it might have been the launch trailer for Division and these so far, at least the one for one of the expansions of the trailer that they showed at Microsoft. Those trailers, I think, are cool. I think some of these trailers have been cool, but, you know...
Trailer's better than the game.
But, speaking of Division, that's one thing I have on my notes. It's a small little thing, but I thought it was kind of cool that they're doing this. Is, that E3 that they did, not only was it another Ubisoft E3, conference, but it was actually Ubisoft's 30th birthday. So, what they did with Division, they actually have it to where there's going to be for a limited time, I think, or something like that, is you can actually have 3 outfits that are based off of other Tom Clancy / Ubisoft franchises.
God damn it. Really, can't just have fun with it. Gotta be fucking on Tom Clancy's necrotic dick.
Right. But, I think one of them was from Ghost Recon, one of them was an outfit based from Splinter Cell, and I forget what the other one was, but yeah. Basically, they're just releasing, you know, like 3 outfits for the Division that are just kind of celebrating Ubisoft and everything, so it's like, alright, that's kind of cool. It's not much, obviously, but hey, it's kind of cool that they're doing that.
Yeah, they could have at least try to have some more fun with it, like fucking, do a Rayman skin, do a fucking Assassin's Creed skin.
Rayman. That would be freaking cool if they put Assassin's Creed in there. But, speaking of Assassin's Creed, since there's not a game coming out this year, they decided to talk about the movie a little bit.
What do you mean? Of course there's an Assassin's Creed game coming out this year. It's called Watch Dogs.
Yeah, right. But, yeah, there's not much to talk about that. They were like, yeah, we thought, you know, the Assassin's Creed story is a very cool story. We thought it would adapt good to a movie, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of typical stuff. And they showed some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Which I didn't get to see all of, because the stream that I was watching kind of had a little freeze.
Hiccup.
Which, yeah. One more thing they have for Ubisoft is, it's just kind of something that they did that was kind of crazy, was they are mixing Far Cry Blood Dragon, and they're mixing it with Trials.
See, I was trying to figure out what the hell that was. I'm like...
Yeah, I think it's a mix of the craziness, like the extreme... like retro stuff of that was in Far Cry Blood Dragon, and they're mixing it with Trials, I guess.
I'm disappointed.
So it's kind of cool. At least the trailer they showed is just like crazy retro insanity. But Yeah, it is one of the things that is available now. I saw it on PlayStation Store earlier. It's like $15, and yeah. But that's the thing. I thought it was kind of neat because it was Blood Dragon, and
Give me
everything.
a Far Cry Blood Dragon 2, goddammit.
Hey, they might, if they release the next Far Cry, I don't know, maybe they could do that. Obviously,
I
they're not going to
would
do
I
that with
would
Far
pay
Cry
I would pay
5.
money for
Oh,
fucking Far Cry Blood Dragon 2.
yeah, right.
I would pay
I mean,
hella money for that.
you pay much more for that if the freaking opening is anything like the first one, because the first one was freaking awesome. Freaking shooting out of the side of the helicopter with that type of music play, like, yeah!
I actually kind of
More
want to
of
play it
this,
again.
please. Yeah, right. But, also, I love the tutorial segment in that. It's like, press the jump button to jump. It's like a complete parody of how freaking tutorial systems actually are in some games. But nowadays, obviously, they just freaking put it up on screen and they're just like, yeah. But, yeah, those are all the notes I have for the Ubisoft Prime Hour. There wasn't a whole lot that I put. Obviously, we talked about Watch Dogs, the Assassin's Creed movie,
Wet
but yeah, I
Figs.
don't think they. Let's see what else. Talked about, obviously, South Park, blah, 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 blah. And then I think the last thing they left us off was that game you talked about, Steep, which is basically an open world sports type game, which some of that stuff kind of looks cool, but I don't think it's a game I'm going to be getting. But some of the stuff kind of looks cool in terms of, like, you can go back to trails that you created and kind of set, stuff for challenges for other players, see if they can kind of do the same stuff that you did, but maybe better or whatever. That's kind of cool and stuff like that. Also, you got to see a bunch of people in the trailer get freaking wiped out, and some of those people are probably dead. So it's like, I'd imagine a lot of people that might get their hands on it just for like casual people that don't really care.
Just for the fucking ragdolling.
Right. I think that could have the potential to become the new Skate, because nobody plays Skate to actually skate. Just freaking watch Markiplier play Skate 3. Freaking belly flopping everywhere, freaking splatting on everything. That's probably what that game could turn into. People aren't going to be like, oh, I can share this, everything. Screw that, I'm jumping off a mountain and slamming into the rocks.
That's probably what they're going to be pepping their butts on, too.
But if only there was a Hall of Meat that gives you points for freaking doing how bad. Like, I think by that point they realized Skate 3 is like, okay, people want to screw around. Let's put a Hall of Meat here and have points for how bad you break your bones. So what do you think? You think that I'm right on that? How that game could potentially turn into like something like Skate, where people end up goofing around in it more than they actually do anything?
Like I'm saying, I think they're chances are they'd probably be betting on it.
Oh yeah, I think to a certain extent they kind of are. But I don't know. But so I guess that's everything for Ubisoft. I think we covered the main points that I can always think of, because the thing is, like, they opened it with Just Dance, which I guess is a good thing, just to get that out of the way, address the
Or we could get it out of the way by not having it at all.
Well, they're not gonna do that, obviously.
Because
like,
they're
there's
assholes.
a couple things and so there's some of these things, like in EA, if people care about the EA but they don't care about the sports, there's the sports section that's just like, yeah, don't care, go to freaking Battlefront or Battlefield or whatever other crap other than this. But there's always some of these companies that have those parts that you just don't care about. Yeah, I think at least they didn't spend very long. They just had people do a performance on screen and up on the stage. And they just said, yeah, 20 Dance, Just Dance 2017, yeah, that's a thing. All right, let's move on to Ghost Recon. But unlike last year, where they're like, I understand they had to talk about a few more things, but it's just like, yeah, we have a freaking music streaming service for the game and blah blah and all that stuff. But they didn't drag on too much, and they got it first, and they did a performance, announced it, and that was it. Didn't even need to bother with a trailer, but then again, I don't think any of those really need trailers. But if you don't have anything else to say, I'll move on to, like, I guess our final thoughts.
Really, for me,
And
Ubisoft's conference was pretty much a letdown. There wasn't really any new interesting games announced. There was Steep, but really, what is Steep? Oh god, I'm about to die. I lived.
but yeah, in terms, I guess, in terms of me, the pacing, I think the pacing is going to be the main thing I talk about just to how the conference was set up. It felt long. I think I'd probably compare it to probably Microsoft's. I don't know if it felt as long to me as Microsoft's felt, but I think it still kind of, I guess, dragged, or at least it just was just, yeah, it's there. It's going to be over eventually, but it just kind of takes a
The
while
problem with
and
Ubisoft was that
everything.
there's really nothing exciting announced, so it's like you're not getting hyped, so time is gonna go by slower.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess the pacing was kind of similar to Xboxes and stuff. But yeah, nothing really stood out to me other than obviously some of the stuff that I even put in my notes. But in terms of games, probably the biggest one that I could probably see me getting some points probably South Park, and that's probably about it. Really, I mean, you know. But yeah, I guess. Yeah, so I guess that's it, and I guess we'll move on to the one that I really want to talk about. 'Cause
Alright,
literally, I'll
Sony.
say that
Before we get
Sony. I'll
started with
say
Sony, I want to say, after my disappointment with about everyone else, I was not looking forward to Sony's. I'm like, I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm happy that I was wrong. I was actually pleased. Could I have been a little
mhm,
bit more pleased? Obviously. But
mhm.
considering that literally there was all of one game series that I was interested in maybe seeing if they made a new entry of, that the developer wasn't already making something else, that I can't really complain too much.
But I'll say this is literally just the structure of their conference. I was literally jotting down notes left and right. Like literally, this is like the most notes I have for any of the conferences that I've said so far. Like literally, hold on a second, let me count these. That's four.
For the record, when
I
he
have
says he took
nine.
notes, he legitimately took fucking notes.
Yeah, I have 9 games. The title of 9 things on here that I was really kind of into. But and the thing is, Sony's conference was unlike any conference, not only out of E3 this year, but out of the several previous years. They weren't screwing around. Literally, they showed nothing but game after game after game after game. Like overall, the amount of people that got on stage was like 3 people. The guy that they had most of, I forget his name.
Sean
Uh,
Layden.
Sean Layden. They had him. They had Andrew House for like a couple seconds. Then they brought out Hideo Kojima, and
Wait,
that was
Kojima was
it.
on
Like
stage?
nobody.
I missed
Yeah,
that part.
Kojima. Well, I don't blame you, considering like everybody that was on stage for like a couple seconds, if
Well,
even a
then again, I
minute.
did have to go
But
to
yeah,
sleep through part of it.
yeah, you did sleep for. Which the thing is, maybe it's just the fact that I'll say this right now: Sony's pacing of this conference was amazing, literally, and it's just because they didn't have to talk about anything else other than what they were other than what they could have just showed in a video. But so maybe it's just the fact that it felt like it went by, that I would have told you that you probably didn't miss much because you kind of left it near the end. But maybe that's just the fact that I'm being deceived by how fast I thought the conference went by. But anyway, so let's talk about the thing they started with. Well, actually, the first thing they started with, they had a freaking orchestra. They had a
That was
freaking orchestra
impressive.
on stage. Yeah, they had an orchestra. How badass is that? It's a freaking orchestra. You can literally not go wrong with orchestral music. You can't. It's like, there's
Like,
no problem with an orchestra. It's like literally they pulled a Nintendo from a couple years ago, and they put it on. They had the stage. And every time when they showed like a trailer or a video, the music. I think some of that music is in the game, but the thing is, if it wasn't, that was the orchestra playing, and it fit so well. It was so great. But anyway, so they had performed a little bit of music at the beginning, and they had it started with the orchestra. Then the curtains go back, they start, and you think like, okay, what is this going to be? Horizon? Is it going to be something else? Boom!
Fucking-
God of War.
Which,
Yeah.
oh my god, I am so disappointed that I missed that announcement, but oh my god.
What? God of War or whatever
Yeah.
else?
Like, I am so disappointed
Wait,
I missed the announcement.
Oh, of God of War. Yeah, I think you were like looking away for a moment. You're like, God of War. Wait, what? But yeah,
Like, I
God of
unfortunately
War
didn't
is
get on in
back.
time to see it. Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah,
dude.
okay.
I watched the trailer this morning and oh my god.
Yeah, God of War is back, and they have switched mythologies. They're not Greek anymore. They're freaking Norse mythology. That means freaking dragons, like
Which there was one in the trailer
gods.
at the end, a fucking wyvern.
Yeah, there was a freaking dragon at the end of the trailer. They showed Norse mythology, so this means like kind of Viking type stuff. That means like Odin type gods and everything, freaking dragons. It is going to be nuts. It's like, I think if anything, if they were going to continue God of War, they would have to swap mythologies. But other than Greek, you'd think like, well, what else can they swap it to? They can't switch it to any nowadays like religions or anything, mythologies, because that would offend people. So it's like, what other ones could you put it to? Oh yeah, Norse mythology. That could freaking work great. Freaking Kratos fighting Odin. How freaking crazy could that be?
And
but literally,
the change in the gameplay style is, first of all, very welcome.
Yeah, that too. It doesn't seem like more like a kind of a platforming hack and slash thing, or at least from what they showed. Who knows? Maybe it could kind of be like that later. But from right here, it seems way more cinematic.
It's more of a third-person action game rather than the old-style
hack and slash kind of platforming thing. Yeah, but
I am fucking
more
stuck.
like
I forgot what the hell I need to do here.
It's just way more cinematic. It's just like an over-the-shoulder type of thing, and it's very cool. Now the thing is, since they're just calling it God of War, I don't think I call this necessarily a reboot or anything.
It's not
just
a reboot.
A new starting.
They confirmed it's a continuation.
Really? It's a continuation? Huh. So that means that literally is Kratos and... So it's a continuation.
Oh, dude, there was no doubt that it was Kratos. I mean, he has the freaking...
Well, yeah, I know it was
and
Kratos.
He has the scar on his stomach, too. It's like...
Yeah, there's no doubt it was Kratos, but I don't know... I was like, obviously the big question was if it was the same Kratos that we had before. Or if it was just a new iteration of him.
The scar on the stomach gave it away.
But, well, yeah, like, he could have the same things, but obviously he could be like a freaking Viking in this kind of other version of God of War. But, okay, well, if it's a continuation, why the heck didn't they just call it God of War 4?
I think part of it is they wanted it to be a sort of new starting point for a new story of Kratos. Because, like, think about it, the first God of War trilogy was Greek, so I guess they want to keep it new. And god damn it, why the fuck won't this door open?
Yeah, but, well, to me, it's like, if it is new, then I probably wouldn't have made it a continuation at all. But, yeah, okay, well, if it is a continuation, that'll be interesting to see what they do with it. But regardless, the freaking stuff, the trailers and stuff they showed, the video they showed for it, looked freaking cool. I liked the kind of emotional type of stuff they had with Kratos and I guess his kid.
I'm actually wondering if that really is his kid, because
because if you're saying if this is a continuation, obviously if you play the original God of War, he doesn't have a family anymore.
Well,
so
as we know from the other God of War games, his wangs still work.
But I don't know. So I guess if this is a continuation, then obviously he's lived through the transition between one mythology to another, so obviously, yeah, but, I don't know, that's really interesting, but regardless, if it is, ends up being a continuation or whatever it is, it's going to be interesting nonetheless from what they showed, because, I don't know, it just looks freaking amazing. It was a great way to start the show, and, since I was watching on IGN, they have the, predictions for Sony. And I don't know if this is one question that got tweeted in or not, but something got brought to where, do you think they'll start to show off with a new God of War? And they're like, yeah, maybe, maybe not, and heck, they freaking did it. So,
Oh yeah.
so what? Go ahead.
Remember earlier when I said that Sony had one leak a few weeks ahead of time?
Oh, the God of War? Was that
God of
it?
War going Norse.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. But the thing is, like you also mentioned earlier, it wasn't like a day before their thing or anything. That was that's something that's kind of been going on for a little bit, and obviously before even that, they were saying like, oh, God of War is gonna come back and everything, and then I think they kind of said, yeah, it's coming back, but yeah, Norse, they did kind of show concept art or whatever for Norse mythology, and it looked cool because it was like freaking Kratos like with an axe and everything, and that's what we got. But
Which
yeah,
looks
it's just
badass.
freaking Chris, bearded Kratos and everything, but yeah.
I'm gonna call him
it's been
Beardos
great.
from now on.
All hail the mighty Beardos. But anyway, but yeah, it looks great. It was a really great way to show, start off the conference. I'm trying to think if there was one other thing I was going to say about that, that I was going to say earlier, but, yeah, and the freaking, and the thing is, the funny thing is, the music that the orchestra was playing before any of the conference actually started, that immediately reminded me of God of War. It just had the sound to it that God of War has always had, but looking back at it now, it obviously had that Norse type of music to it, so it fitted so well. And then, boom, it freaking shows Kratos. And, oh yeah, the one thing I was going to say, as soon as Kratos walked out of the shadows of that, like, house or whatever, the
Shit went
freaking
cray.
audience, yeah, freaking audience went nuts. Like, literally, like, the people were still, they wouldn't go crazy and then go quiet right away. They literally were still going nuts. You could hear the audience going nuts. Even after Kratos has left the house and he was walking down the path for a few seconds, that's how nuts they were going.
Cause
So
Shadow.
it's like, oh my gosh. But
I'm gonna tell you something. Cause Beardos makes panties look like New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina if you catch my drift.
Speaking of which, I was watching some a YouTube channel, like their live reactions from live streams after each conference. And during the Bethesda conference, there was that one woman that you could always audibly hear that just went ah, like after every announcement.
I heard about that. Like, it's like I was like, screaming woman from the Bethesda's conference was really a treat.
Yeah, she's like, oh my gosh! And in the video, they're like, oh, somebody brought their mom again, or something like that. I was like, but yeah, it's just like, there's always something like that at E3, and that stuff lasts for a long time. But anyway, but yeah, I guess there's not a ton, I guess, to talk about God of War, other than it looks freaking amazing, and it looks really cool. I've never owned any of the previous God of Wars, but I've had some
I
experience.
actually own the
the
God of War
Vita
collection on the Vita. Never
Yeah.
finished it. I still need to get around to doing that.
Mhm.
But as you can
But,
guess, other games took precedent.
Yes, all 5 of them from the same franchise and 1 from another. But anyway.
Fuck you, I got
but
6,
yeah.
not 5.
I got 6. I got 6. Not 5. I don't have 5. I have 6. Thank you very much.
You can make fun
But,
of my weebness all you want, but get the goddamn facts right, bitch.
Got my freaking nap. Anyway. Alright, so I guess, yeah, we just, but we didn't get a release date, of course. I'd imagine it's relatively far out. It probably, but,
I'd say next year.
yeah, maybe, but, maybe towards the end of next year, because if they have time, they'll probably show it at E3 next year and actually show, like, full, I'll not say that was pretty much mostly gameplay, too, that we saw, but like this more of gameplay to see if it's anything, like if it's gonna stay at that kind of camera angle, or if that was just something for more like towards the beginning of like a cinematic type of experience, and then later on it changes. But I don't know. All right, I guess Next thing they had pretty much showed immediately after that, because that's what they opened it with, was a new game, and we finally got to see what Bin Studios, the guys that were responsible for Uncharted Golden Abyss on the Vita, we've heard that they were working on something for quite a few years. We finally saw what their PS4 game is. It's called Days Gone.
See, I heard the title. I heard that Boomhauer was like excited for it.
Interested? Yeah.
No, I haven't looked into it yet. What is? Explain.
It looks like I would say Last of Us kind of, but I'm gonna blow your mind again. I never played Last of Us. I would obviously want to.
You need to fix that.
Yeah, I know, right? But
like honestly, Shadow, like Last of Us
that.
is fucking.
It's freaking Last of Us, but yeah, but people kind of be comparing to that, but. The thing is, when they showed a little brief kind of cinematic announcement trailer for it at the beginning, and it looked intriguing. It looked very interesting. And then it's also the way they ended the show was with gameplay of it, and it looks kind of, at least graphically, it kind of looks like Uncharted 4, I guess I would say a little bit. It looks really neat, but basically, it looks like it's a zombie type thing. I don't know. I don't know if there's actually zombies. More likely it is. But whether you're zombie fatigued or not, the thing is with this, it looks like for example, like something like Left 4 Dead, where zombies just constantly go after you, but like times 10 or whatever. Because literally, it's like think of this. It's kind of like Left 4 Dead, but in third person. But with the amount of zombies that Dead Rising has coming after you all at once. That's basically what it is. Because there are so many freaking... In the gameplay they showed, literally, if you've ever seen World War Z, think of that.
I actually have that movie on Blu-ray.
Yeah, if you remember, all those zombies climbing over each other...
Oh, on the fucking Israel part?
Yeah. That's literally what is at least the demo part of the game. They showed that's literally what's chasing you the entire time, and you're shooting down a bunch of it. It is insane. It's crazy how many freaking models that they had. Now I'd imagine they probably managed to do that because there's not a whole lot of detail, or at least shared detail between the character models. But it looked like, at least for the most part, they were wearing different clothing and stuff like that. So, but regardless, the amount of stuff that they had chasing you in that was freaking insane. And they ended it with basically kind of a cliffhanger type thing where the guy's stuck on a platform, but obviously he can't jump down because he could probably break his legs if he jumped. And also, there's several freaking zombies or whatever these things are all around it. And he's just going come on, and he's just willing to take all of them on, and it's freaking insane. And there's one part where he gets to that part right before the trailer ends, where he's going across a bridge, and of course all of whatever's chasing him, the zombies or whatever, are chasing him, but they're all kind of single file. So he's just literally mowing down tons of them as they come across the bridge. And it's nuts. On the way, he's shooting red barrels because you gotta have those, and they're catching him on fire. And there's one part where he goes underneath a train, but the freaking they go through the train and bust through the other side, and it looks very freaking interesting. I don't think there was a release date, but man, we got a lot of stuff, good amount of stuff from it. So, but
I'll have to actually look into it.
Yeah, it looks freaking. It does look cool. But yeah, I think that's pretty much all you could probably say about it. Graphically, it looked okay. It looked pretty good. And the amount of freaking zombies or whatever they had on there, oh my gosh, looks freaking nuts. Alright, hold on a minute, I need to take a drink here.
Man, I knew you thirsty.
Anyway.
Yeah, I just realized something. Right. If I ever wanted to do a HUDless playthrough of Doom, I've kind of ruined it for myself. Because this whole time, I've had because I pretty much started a new game on Doom, and I've had the HUD turned off the entire time.
Oh, well, screw it. You can still do it. Hey,
Yeah,
you had
but
this be foreshadowing.
if anything, I'd rather do remote play.
Hopefully it actually works this time.
Hey,
anyway.
I'm getting it to work pretty damn well.
No, that's good.
Almost have the original project complete.
But alright, so
saying.
I guess anyway, alright, so I guess we got Days Gone pretty much done. It looks very interesting, looks like a very an interesting new maybe I don't know, maybe franchise or at least a new game that Sony obviously has. And it's nice that we finally got to see what Ben Studios has been up to for however many years now. And my gosh, it's a big departure from Uncharted Golden Abyss on the Vita, obviously, but...
Yeah, but
so
it's
next
a
one...
welcome departure.
But, next one, you probably may not have much to say about this, but at least from this I actually saw. Next one, I think they pretty much showed this afterwards too, was Detroit Become Human.
I honestly don't give a shit about it. It looks like another David Cage style game. I'm not interested.
Yeah, to me at least, I've never really played any of his games, but and I didn't actually. I don't know if I ever saw like the announcement trailer or whatever. What I heard about it, obviously was they were finally making kind of video they made several years ago back on the PS3.
Yeah, freaking that tech demo shit.
Yeah, and they're finally making a game off of it, which is like, okay, that's interesting. The game, kind of, I guess, gameplay they showed here, I thought it looked kind of cool because obviously, and the IGN post show, I said something that I kind of agree with again, is this is probably the best way you could probably market a David Cage game like this, because they take a part of the game and they just show a bunch of the different choices and a bunch of the different outcomes, and they mix it with a few other things. It looks like it's gonna kind of be like a detective type of thing. I don't know if that would be obviously the entire thing, but it seems like it's gonna be a part of it at least, and that part looks interesting, especially considering the character, at least they showed in this, is an android. And I actually, when I was watching the one YouTube channel, the video when they were covering Sony's conference, and while we were watching it, I noticed it when I was watching the conference through that again. It looks really cool, the detective parts, because as an android, he's obviously machined so he can, examine things a different way. And literally, he takes, like, I don't know what it is, like blood or something, and he puts them on his fingers, and he puts them on his tongue, and I guess he, like, scans it that way. And it's like, that's kind of freaking cool. But, and the thing is, they took a segment of the game where there's, like, a guy, another like android that's kind of gone bad, and he doesn't want to serve humans obviously anymore, and he's just trying to not wanting to have to just be under control of people, and he's holding this girl hostage and on the side of this building, and some of the outcomes can be like, obviously you try to jump after them after they fall off the building, but you can't reach them, and they go fall off, and I'd imagine they die. Another way is like you can talk him into letting the girl go, and then helicopters snipe him and kill him. There's another one where like you push the girl out of the way and you push him off the side of the building and you fall off with them, or there's a bunch of different little outcomes. That's just like one segment of the game that can have that many outcomes, if that's even all of them. It looks like there's actually gonna really be some dynamic things here. But yeah, still am in terms of what was shown to me, I thought was interesting. Whether I'd even get the game or not, I don't know, but from at least what I was shown, I was entertained by it. I thought it was cool looking, I thought it had a neat little kind of feel to it and everything, but then it looked like it was completely different than what they announced, like the announcement video, whatever they showed. It seemed like it was completely different. Yeah, I think you pretty much said all you can or would say anyway. You're just not into it, and it's not because it's David Cage and you're not really into him either. I thought it was, like I said, from what I was shown, I was entertained by it. But, alright, so I guess we'll move on to the next thing I have on my list here. But, alright. We've heard a little bit about it. We heard it's gonna probably happen. Resident Evil 7. Biohazard.
Honestly, I was fucking surprised.
Yeah. It doesn't even look like Resident Evil. It looks like freaking PT or whatever. It looked creepy. Which Resident Evil really has never been creepy, really. Well, some
not
of
in
it
years.
has been creepy. Yeah, like the first game had creepiness to them, but really Resident Evil has never been like true like horror type stuff. It's kind of always been over the top a little bit, like it has.
Giant snake
Granted,
enemy.
Pretty much, but like it's always been kind of over the top, but obviously it's gotten more over the top, like ever since like 5 and 6 and stuff. But this one freaking looks completely different. It looks like a legit modern day horror thing, and I'm interested. Like I said,
And completely playable in VR.
Yeah, and it's play, and you have the option to play it in VR. And a demo is available for it right now.
Wait, what?
And yeah, there is a demo. I have it downloaded on my hard drive, but I haven't played it because I decided to actually play the Doom demo, and obviously we're talking about it right now. But yeah, there is a demo on PlayStation for it right now, and you can play it.
Well, Shadow, I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Yeah, have it. It's only like 2 gigs. It downloaded for me actually pretty fast. So you can have it download overnight or download right now, but I probably wouldn't download it right now because then we're doing a stream, but anyway.
I'll download it in the morning.
Yeah.
Or once I get back from school tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a short video over that, depending on how long it is, which probably isn't all that, but that's, well, on a side note, that's one thing at this E3 I think did really well, was like they were talking about games and they were saying like, oh yeah, there's a demo for this right now, and you can download it. It's like, that's something that's really cool for me, because like, I've never been at E3, and some people that haven't been at E3 or haven't gone this year or whatever, it's cool for the people at home if they're watching this, especially if they're watching this on the consoles. They're like, oh cool, I can try what they just showed or whatever right now? Okay, cool. Because obviously they said, oh yeah, there's going to be a Doom demo. If you haven't played it yet or owned it, you can try it now. I was like, okay, cool, I'll do that. And then they're like, oh yeah, Resident Evil 7, you can download a demo for it right now. Oh, okay, I'll do that too. And they even did that with the Lego Star Wars games. Like, okay, cool. It's like,
which is fine, because that's coming out in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. But yeah, they probably would have released a demo when it came out anyway, so it's like, yeah, there's a demo for it right now, and the full game is available into the next 2 weeks.
Hey, that actually kind of surprising. It's like, wow. You guys are cutting it a little close with that release date, huh?
But, yeah, but Resident Evil 7, I've at least heard a little bit about it, like, that's eventually gonna happen, but even if it was gonna happen like this, my gosh, I don't think anybody expected for it to happen the way they showed it off. And by the way, I know some people would have preferred if they didn't call it Resident Evil 7, just kind of started it over, or just whatever, but the logo they showed, I just like how they incorporated the Roman numeral, 7 into the title. I like it, because literally what they did was they had Resident Evil, the title, and obviously they had the last 3 letters of evil be the Roman numerals. So
actually, I'm still wondering one thing though.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Japanese title?
Biohazard 7, Biohazard.
You know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, oh gosh, that's gotta be freaking weird. But yeah, the first thing is, I didn't even notice that it had like a subtitle of Biohazard.
I thought that was the name originally.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that in Biohazard. I just noticed Resident Evil 7. I was like, oh my gosh, that is not what I was expecting at all. But yeah, this looks completely different. If this is the entire, like, I'd imagine since it's fully playable with, optionally playable in VR, I'd imagine this is probably what the entire game is going to play like. And this could very well not even be Resident Evil. It literally looks like a completely different franchise. So I don't know, but it looks cool. I don't know if I'd say it looks flat out terrifying or anything, but it looks creepy and it looks cool, especially considering it's Resident Evil. But yeah, I don't think they had a release date for that either. But there is a demo out right now. No, they say
the release date. It's like January 24th, I believe, 2017.
Okay, all right. But yeah, there's a demo for it right now. It's like little over 2 gigs maybe. Download it right now. And actually, the thing is, it actually is technically a full game trial, which I've never seen one of those on PS4. At least that's what they called it. But it's technically. Let me see exactly what it's called. That's what it's called. So yeah, when you go on the PlayStation Store, that's what it will say. It will say Resident Evil 7 beginning hour, or Resident Evil 7 teaser is what it will actually be called. But yeah, it looks very interesting. Let me go back to the point in here. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know if there's a whole lot we can even talk about that. But yeah, it looks freaking interesting for Resident Evil. And, everything like that. Alright, now after this, this is by the point they kind of started to show VR, like a little line of VR stuff, which all of it pretty much looks pretty cool. Yeah, Farpoint, that was like the first one they showed.
I want to see more of it.
After that.
It was Farpoint, then Batman Arkham VR.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. You believe that's on my list. That's the next one after the one. Small thing, I know you don't like Star Wars Battlefront, but they showed a VR thing for that. Looked cool, but, didn't show much about it, but it's Star Wars in VR, which is ironic. Also, something we didn't bring up, Ubisoft's conference, we also got a Star Trek VR game.
I heard about that, but I didn't actually look into it.
Yeah, it looks interesting. It looks like you could have some fun with it, especially if you have other friends in VR. You have, like, the VR headsets. You could probably have some freaking goofy times with that. But, yeah, we're getting Star Trek and Star Wars in VR. But, yeah, not much about that. It looks like it's just going to be a little DLC mission or whatever, or it's a DLC with couple missions or whatever in it that you can play in VR, which, that's pretty cool. And then the next one, as Genocide said, Batman Arkham VR, and it's by Rocksteady. I don't know what this is gonna be like, but I am intrigued.
I'm imagining first-person Batman.
Probably, but the thing is, it's like, also, in terms of, like, what this game is gonna be, I doubt it's gonna be a continuation of the Arkham franchise, because the Arkham franchise is done. Rocksteady finished it. So,
what if it's a redo of... What's just a VR mode for the re-release of the Batman Arkham games?
Yeah, like, that's something people also are thinking. I know the game director of the Arkham trilogy that Rocksteady has done, Sefton Hill, actually has a video up on Batman Arkham videos, I think, which I still need to watch, because I'm interested in what he has to say, what he says about the game. But also, I know a lot of people are like, oh, frickin' Rocksteady, way to go. I thought you said you were done with Batman, but they're not. But the thing is, at the end, they've had a little web called Batman, for Batman, like Arkham Insider, and a while back, that actually ended, or at least Season 1 did. And at the end, I guess he got a question saying, like, so this is last Batman game you're gonna do, huh? And Stephanie was like, well, and then it cut off. So it's like, wait, what does he mean? So I guess this is what they were doing. And the thing is, everybody was thinking, considering the fact that the week after, rumor after rumor, and then finally got a rumor that ended up being closer to the truth, was the remaster of Arkham Asylum Arkham City for the PS4. People thought Rocksteady was going to be a little involved with that, but no, we didn't see Rocksteady's logo at all in that. So we were like, okay, what is Rocksteady? I'm not sure of the name, but they have done some other. They seem like a pretty good name because they're like the guys that handle it, I guess. In Uncharted, that remaster, they handled a couple of other things, so they're pretty good with graphics.
I forget who did that.
I don't know, maybe. I think I'll maybe look that up right now in a minute. But yeah, so I don't know if it's like just like suggested. I don't know if it's just going to be like some sort of kind of spin-off, but with VR, or if it's going to be like some sort of kind of. But the thing is, I don't think it would be putting a VR mode in the previous games, because we're already getting a remaster. So, and if anything, it makes sense to put it would make more sense to put a VR mode maybe into those and a part of the remaster, but doing a remaster with another kind of remaster, it's like...
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, an added mode in those, you know?
Yeah, but the thing is, granted, they just called it Batman Arkham VR, so that doesn't tell you a whole lot, but the thing is, I don't know, we'll have to find out. I'm gonna have to watch that video with Sefton Hill and see what he has to say about the game and how he talks about it. But yeah, the trailer they showed was obviously vague, but they had freaking Mark Hamill's Joker talking, so that's cool. That's always good, and the dialogue that he had was very interesting. Hey, hello, we have a guest star. Hey, Artie,
Hey,
we're
Artie
doing E3 coverage right now.
We're actually most of the way through it.
Yeah, we're about done here, but you can just listen to us freaking slap our jaws. But
yeah, I've been listening to y'all for like 5 minutes on my phone.
Were you the one that said hi, guys?
Yeah. Doesn't it tell you the name of who says that?
I don't have the stuff showing up on my screen.
Okay.
I have it read the comments, but because of what's going on, it's like, okay, I'm not going to try to have a conversation with someone whose name I can't see while Shadow's talking, while I'm focusing on playing Doom on a harder difficulty than I'm used to, with no HUD on. I think it's
so yeah, what are y'all talking about from E3 right now?
Right.
Let's see, we've gotten through all the press conferences. We're on Sony's.
Yeah, we're on Sony's. We're talking
Days
about
Gone, God of War, Farpoint, and we're on Batman VR.
Yeah, we're on Batman VR. We covered God of War, Days Gone, Detroit Become Human a little bit, Resident Evil 7. I kind of touched on Battlefront's VR mission. We're on Arkham VR. But anyway,
Okay.
alright, so just as you asked earlier, Genocide, who was handling the remaster, or somewhat more, who was kind of working with them, Virtuos or whatever Studios, that's the logo that pops up in the trailer.
Your name to me.
So. Yeah, but I think from what I've heard, they're the ones that did the helped with the remaster of Uncharted, that trilogy on PS4 and everything. I've seen screenshots of the remaster, and in some parts it looks freaking amazing. In other parts it doesn't look good, it looks like a downgrade, but it still looks interesting. Don't know if I'll pick it up, but it looks good in terms of remaster. It looks better than most remasters, because most remasters aren't even technically remasters. They're like, oh, we'll update the textures a little bit, but right. But yeah, so Arkham VR, don't necessarily know what it's going to be going on with that, but I'm kind of intrigued. Trailer was very vague, obviously, but it looked interesting. And it's coming out, I think, this year. It's another thing that's coming out in fall, I think. So, who knows, I'll have to pay kind of close attention to that. But I guess we're done with that. Alright, big one. Freaking Crash Bandicoot is back.
That reveal.
Is it
I know,
just
right?
the Skylanders character, or is it the actual...
They're bringing back all
game
three.
as well?
They're bringing back the 3 original games remastered from the ground up for PlayStation 4.
From the ground up, and they're putting them in Skylanders. Oh my gosh!
Okay, so
yes.
he's not getting an actual game.
Not
It's
yet.
just a
Not
remake.
a new game, at least not yet. But imagine if these do well, which they're probably going to. I think he will. If Activision's smart, they freaking will. But the thing is, that first of all, Genocide, I totally agree. That reveal with what was his name again?
Sean Layden.
Apologize. Sean Layden, him walking out on stage with a silhouette of Crash Bandicoot following him, freaking amazing.
Which also, I would just like to say, Sony having their stage double as a screen on itself.
Right? That's what they did with when Kojima came out on stage. They literally had, screw a red carpet, they literally had a neon tile, thing that he walked out on. It's like, and we'll get to that in a minute, because I have that, that's the next game I'm going to talk about, is Kojima's game. But first of all, freaking Crash, as soon as that music kicked in, boom, freaking people were like, wait, what? What? And freaking Jenna's like, I'm sorry,
you
guys,
saw it in the freaking party chat. I just fucking...
Yeah, I can't... The thing is, freaking notifications galore. I'm sitting here trying to take notes, and my phone's vibrating while I'm doing this. You know, guys, I was tempted to type in the chat, but I didn't want to go away from the IGN app. But I was tempted to go into the chat and say, hey, guys, can we please shut up until the conference is over?
No.
And then we can talk about it.
What's really bad is I was watching on my phone too, and every time we got that notification, it would ding, and I couldn't hear the people
ding.
on the IGN.
I was watching it on PS4.
Vibrations either.
Yeah, mine was my phone is on vibrate, but the thing is, not only was I occasionally trying to take notes, but sometimes I would just have it like I was laying down on my couch on my back, so I just had my phone kind of in the palm of my hand. I had it on my chest, in between my chest and my hand, so I just had it like that. And every once in a while, I'd be like, it would just be like, I'm like, freaking shut up, and then I'd see the notification pop up on screen. And since they have that preview, message preview of what it says, I see Genocide type freaking Crash. I was like, okay, I'm intrigued, but freaking Jenna comes in, it's like, can you shut up? I'd like to be fully surprised. But regardless, I'm still happy that they did this. But anyway, enough with the side story there. But my gosh, this is like the smartest thing Activision has done. I'm not kidding. This is like one of the best things they've done so far. Hopefully they are still smart and they continue to do this, because the thing is, I told you Genocide, not on stream I don't think, but I've told you before, people have been so confused. It was literally Activision hasn't taken advantage of this franchise to the point where people didn't even realize that they owned it anymore.
Actually,
that's
that
a
might
problem.
Was it on the streamer? I want to say it
I
was.
don't know.
I remember immediately making a joke and going, "It's a shadow." Lemmings.
Oh, but yeah, it might have been, it might have not. I don't know. But regardless, yeah, that's a problem. And there were some rumors that he could have maybe been E3, but there was at least a rumor that he was going to be put into Skylanders, because if you went to, like, I guess the Skylanders website, there was a tab called Crash, but if you clicked on it, it didn't do anything. So, but the thing is, if they would have just said that he was going to be in Skylanders, I'd have been like, okay, that's cool. At least they are putting him in something. But the fact that we got that introduction, and the fact that we're getting the first 3 games completely built from the ground up is miles better. And I hope this leads to him getting several new games. And I don't care if people say, oh, this is just like typical Activision crap. I don't care. People freaking be happy for once, because it's been like, I don't know, 5 or so years since Crash has had a game from Activision, or any game at all. So, yeah, okay, if you don't like the game, fine. That's your opinion, but keep it to yourself and freaking shut up and be happy that we're actually getting something like this happening. Because not tons of companies do something like this. Some people, especially like a company I had, they could have just easily been like, nah, we're not going to listen to you, or, yeah, we're going to listen to you, but you're only going to get this if you pre-order a game or whatever.
Call of Duty.
I'm happy.
Right.
No, but, like, I'm happy that they're remaking it, because I never played it on the PS2. I got a PS2 later on in life after Crash Bandicoot was big.
You know Crash was on PS1, right?
Yeah, he was on PS2, but the one...
PS2?
I know it started on PS1.
Yeah, the ones they're
Okay.
remastering are the first 3 on the PS1, but he was on PS2 and he had like 2 games that nobody really seemed to like on PS3. But anyway, hey, go ahead, Artie.
Okay, well, see, I mean, that just makes it even better for me, because I never had a PS1, even though I knew Crash Bandicoot was the PlayStation mascot. So I get to go
Pretty
back
much.
and actually play it, even though I've never been able to know the story or anything like that.
But I've thought to myself. Also, one more thing that I want to say about the introduction. Sean Eden, that's his name?
Layden.
Aiden? Yeah, Layden.
I think Professor Layden.
Aiden
Professor Layden. But here we are.
Maybe that
What are
little
you
joke
talking about?
about friggin' that one time he was at a press conference where the friggin' crash for.
But yeah, he made the joke about like, yeah, that's right. And then he's like, no teacher today, but and then I didn't notice it first, but he actually does like the whole Superman thing where he's on the pool with like his shirt. I love that. How awesome would it have been if he actually pulled off the shirt there and he had that shirt underneath it, or at least kind of open a little bit, like, I actually have it on. It would have been so great, but I love that he did it. And I have a feeling that he's probably not the main reason, but he had some involvement in bringing Crash back. And if he did even the slightest, I love him for it, because so many people have been asking for this, and it's not a new game, granted, but it's something. It's more than just something. It's like a remaster of the first 3 games from PS1, and they're putting him in Skylanders 2 first. So he's like, that's a wonderful start. I mean, that's great. But thing is, I'm interested in is how are these remasters going to look? I'm sure they're going to look great, but the thing is, obviously they're not going to look anything, because I think I've told you, Jess, I do this before, and the thing I thought is, like, it's one thing, like we mentioned, Return to Arkham, the Arkham Asylum and City remasters. It's one thing to remaster a game like games like those from like 8, 9, 10 years ago, but then it's another thing to remaster games all the way from the PS1 era, like 20 years ago. So obviously, like with games like, say, for the sake of example, those 2 Arkham games, those are still kind of recent games, but they're older. So you can remaster them somewhat, but you have to completely rebuild them from the ground up. A PS1 game, there's no way you're building upon that. You have to build it from the ground up again. It's just because it's such an older game that there's nothing really you could build upon without making it look like a completely new game. So you have to, might as well just freaking build it from the ground up again. But, I don't know, because it's like we haven't had a Crash game in so long, and not only that, it's just, we haven't had an existing kind of, I mean, Crash has always had kind of a distinct style that always kind of follows, kind of like that tropical type of look and feel and everything. But, you know, it's just, we don't know what style they would necessarily go with. So it's going to be interesting to see what they finally do with these new games. Yeah, well, not new games, but remastered. But the thing is also is, like, they're pretty much making 3 entirely new games, just because they're able to do such distinctly different stuff with this that it might as well just be 3 new games, because they're building these games from the ground up, and I doubt they're really building upon any of, like, the original code or anything. So it's,
If anything,
I don't
my
know,
bet is they'll keep the visuals mostly the same. I mean, obviously, they'll keep it cell shaded. They'll increase the polygon count on all the models and characters, make them look real nice. Get up to 1080p. I mean, it's not like we're gonna have a massive texture buff. I mean, we might have some on some things, but
maybe. But I think it's pretty much going to be, obviously there's going to be new models. I'm sure Crash will have a redesign, obviously, considering how long it's been. Hopefully, you know, I don't know if it's going to be the Activision Crash, you know, freaking Tattoo Crash, as they call him, which I didn't think that design was all that bad. I thought the tattoos were actually kind of cool, but, yeah, but, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they would use, I don't know if his Skyrim. Crash Bandicoot and Skyrim, everybody.
Yeah. Nope, never getting that mod.
I would download that mod. Oh
Spencer,
man.
let's save that for the
We already did.
talk about that game.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys already, man, you didn't tell me that you did.
We told
Okay,
you we went
guys.
through almost everything. We're on like the ass end of it.
Yeah, we went through. Bethesda was like the first thing we really covered because we covered EA a little bit, but I didn't see EA's. I've heard some of the stuff and just
There wasn't
like,
much to talk
I don't know
about
if
with
you watched it,
EA's.
but- yeah, not really, but anyway, yeah, it's but with the Skylanders Crash design, it's obviously different, but it kind of needs to be. But also, one interesting I'll point out, because I just thought about it, Crash making his way to Skylanders has been being something that people are thinking about for a long time now. Just because, well, Activision owns the rights, and they already put Spyro in there, so why not Crash? It would make sense. Now, whether people want it or not, everybody freaking flew fit when people when they put Spyro and freaking people. It was notorious that people hated the redesign of Spyro. They literally thought he looked like freaking like a lizard that is like freaking. He looked like roadkill or whatever crap they can come up with. Yeah, I can see. I think Crash's design probably looks better than that in terms of just the character, but whatever. But the thing is with Crash, it doesn't look extremely different too. It looks kind of like his original kind of character design, or at least like the icons for his life icon in the original games. Freaking just so. But the thing I was going to mention was one thing that was kind of like a clue for a while. Yes, Activision's offices. They had a picture or a poster in the back that looked like Crash, but he looked extremely different than he fists, and he had like big hands, and he had like a weird design, and the people were thinking, that probably could, and I think Activision was asked about that picture, and they're like, I don't know exactly what they said. I don't know if they said like, oh, no, that's nothing, or no, that's not gonna be Skylanders, or whatever. But the thing is, the design he has in Skylanders now looks nothing like what was on that poster. So I don't know what that poster was for. I don't know if that was even Crash, or if it looks. I kind of forget. I kind of vaguely can picture what it looked like in my head, but I can't remember because it's been like at least a couple years since I remember hearing about that story. But I don't know I don't think that would have been. There's another game that Activision was going to make for Crash that was on the DS, but it got canceled. It was called Crash Landed. But it never came. I don't know how far it went, but it never came to be. And I don't know if that would have been his design in there. From small screenshots or maybe gameplay that was actually exist of it, it didn't look like that from what I remember. But yeah, I don't know what the crap that's for. Who knows? That may have been a prototype design or whatever for him in one of the two Titan games that they made. Who knows? Which could make sense for that, considering those were more combat and fighting based, but regardless, his design Skylanders I think works. It's got that goofiness to it, everything. But I don't know if they're going to be using that for the remasters, or if they're going to kind of try to stick even closer to the original and just kind of have like a higher res, obviously model that's kind of similar to the classic, the first one from Naughty Dog and everything. But I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna want to pick those up because, like I already also said earlier, I didn't grow up in the PS1 era either. I kind of grew up like just as the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube era ended. So I was pretty much all the way through, obviously, the PS3, 360, and Wii, and obviously up to PS4, Xbox One, and I guess kind of Wii U and soon to be NX. But I haven't been on the PlayStation 1, but I still grew up with Crash. I grew up with like the fourth, and then obviously Twinsanity. That's another thing I guess I'll bring up real quick.
Okay,
too.
I saw Cacodemon.
But the thing is, I don't know if they would go this far. Who knows? Maybe if they're remastering the first three, maybe they'll consider this. I would at least love to see at least a re-release, not even like remaster, at least kind of like obviously up the frame rate or whatever, or resolution, do whatever, but at least find some way to bring Twinsanity to the PS4 or something new. I'd love to play that game again. That game's freaking awesome. freaking Spyro cameo in it and freaking everything. That's freaking great. And the music in that game, oh my gosh, the music's great. But before I get off and turning this into a freaking me hogging, freaking sucking Crash Insanity's dick. But anyway,
it's too late. You already are.
Well, yeah, I kind of am, but still.
At least he admits that he's a hoe.
You a hoe, anyway. I'd like to see that happen. Who knows? Like I said, if these 3 remasters turn out to be, a lot of people like them, which they freaking better. Like I said, it's okay to have an opinion, not like certain things, or just not like the thing at all, but not make it to the point where it's like, it should have never came back, or whatever, even though people have been asking for it. But anyway, so that'd be cool if they did that, but these 3, it'd be nice to actually experience them. And also, kind of thing I thought about now is it's going to be nice to experience them, because I'd imagine nowadays it'd be nice to control Crash in that environment with the thumbstick, because the original first and second, like if you were to get Crash 1, 2, and 3 on the PS3, because they're available on there too digitally. I have the first one, I didn't buy the second or third, but those, even though they're on the PS3 with a thumbstick, you can't customize it or do anything. Yeah, it's only D-pad for the first and second game. But the thing is, the second game, I can understand for the first one, because by that time the PS2 DualShock I don't think had come out. And even if it did, it didn't have support for it. The second game, I think, did have support for DualShock, but they didn't bring it to PS3. But the third one, I think, does. Which is kind of weird considering Spyro 1 has support for DualShock. But then again, I don't know when, if DualShock was out when Spyro 1 came out anyway. But regardless, that's how that works. But that also makes me wonder, for the type of games, granted, for the type of games Crash 1, 2, and 3, just how they kind of, they're not necessarily 2D. They are in some spots, kind of. They're kind of like the 2.5D, where they have like 3D objects, but in a 2D plane. It's kind of like the big thing was they changed kind of at that time, trying to help define a 3D genre. So it was just kind of like it was basically what a 2D game would look like, but if you were actually behind the character. And it's just, I wonder if they're going to stick with that style of gameplay. I think they will, but the thing is, like, I understand why they probably didn't make thumbstick support for that, because it doesn't necessarily work the best for that type of game. It's just what a lot of us nowadays are used to controlling, because every game has that support for those, obviously. But I don't know if they're, oh, who knows? Maybe, like I said, these are pretty much going to be kind of newer games, but they're going to obviously have the same kind of story and characters and stuff like that. So who knows what they could do with it? Who knows? Maybe they could introduce a couple new characters and kind of mix it up a little bit.
Doubt it.
Yeah, probably not, but who knows? They, whether it's new characters or whatever, they could very well add something a little different.
Shadow.
Which I'm sure
Remaster.
they will. But yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't change something or add something.
Well, I mean, here's something to think about. In the remastered version of what's that one zombie game with Ellie and Joe?
The Last of Us.
Yeah, in The Last of Us, didn't they add a story mode that follows Ellie?
No, that was DLC from the original too.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was DLC from the original, but I had to change the drink again. Anyway, I don't know. Like I'm saying, I'm sure it's probably not going to be that big, but I think there's going to be something that they either add or at least kind of make it a bit different. Now, yeah, just like, yeah, I understand it's a remaster, but it's built from the ground up. Like I said, it's pretty much going to be, they're technically making, like, newer games, but it's just going to be interesting. Like I said, it's too early in this point in time to really know what they're doing with it, because, you know, obviously we didn't really have a trailer. All we have is an announcement, and that's it. We know it's happening, and that's it. So once we see gameplay, obviously we'll know for sure, but I think there's going to be something they're going to change, just considering, you know, obviously we're not playing games quite like that anymore, but I'm sure it will have the original style where you're walking through, just, a straightforward path pretty much and everything, and It's obviously going to look way prettier, I'm sure. But I don't know. I expect to see. I doubt it's going to be obviously like Crash Twinsanity, where it's not necessarily open world, but it's way more like a 3D type of it's like Mario 64. I doubt they're going to stray that far. But I don't know. I kind of expect to see something. If they're gonna, obviously they're gonna use thumbsticks. And if they're gonna stick to, maybe they'll make the paths more open or something like that, just to make it a bit more comfortable for thumbsticks, for something that was originally designed with a D-pad in mind. But I don't know. But regardless, point is, I'm interested and I'm excited that Crash is at least coming back for in this. And hopefully this takes off a bit more. And hopefully Activision doesn't do something that ends up upsetting a lot of people. Which, to Activision's, I guess, kind of defense is just the fact that, I don't know, it's just people have problems. I think for some people, that the fact that they hated the two Titan games that Activision released, I think some of those people were driven by the fact that, oh, the original creators of Crash hate it, so that means I have to hate it too. No, it doesn't. If they hate it, okay, that's their opinion. They're the guys that created Crash from Naughty Dog. Okay, alright, they don't like it. But that doesn't mean you have to freaking hate it. But if you don't like it or you hate it, okay, that's fine. But don't freaking be a dick about it.
That's kind of like Genocide. What Genocide said yesterday, I think, or this morning, about Call of Duty. How people are just disliking it because it's
freaking. I remember seeing that article. The dude's like, everyone in the freaking audience is like all impressed by the trailer. Because clearly they couldn't tell it was fucking Call of Duty to begin with. We called it 10 seconds in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the title pops up and they're like, oh, it's this. Well, screw that then.
Like,
and it's
I'm sorry.
Not just,
the title Call of Duty doesn't change my opinion of the game.
And it's not just from a developer standpoint, which if you're at E3, it doesn't mean you're a developer, but it means that you're heavily in the gaming company.
You're in some part of the gaming press.
Yeah, but casual gamers, when I was at GameStop earlier today, talking to one of the employees one of my favorite employees there, he showed his friend a trailer for Call of Duty, and his friend was like, dude, this is awesome, what is it? And the moment he said Call of Duty, he was like, oh. It's like, where's all that enthusiasm? It's Call of Duty. And before you knew it was Call of Duty, you were all hyped about it, so what does knowing the name change? And anyway. Yeah,
but anyway, we'll talk about that here because I also have some thoughts of what they showed there. But anyway, in all, I'm glad that they're doing something with Crash. It's been long enough. It's finally. I'm glad that they're finally doing something. It's about time Activision does something.
Shut up! I will rape you in the butt. We're moving on. You spent the last 15 minutes.
You have to listen to them.
You spent the last 15 minutes on Crash.
Can't wait for it. Glad it's happening. But anyway, all right.
Shadow likes the booty.
I like the booty dub.
Yeah.
I approve this comment.
Yeah. But anyway, so, which one you guys want to do? You want to, have our set of thoughts, even though it's not on my notes, but you want to talk about Call of Duty, or should I go ahead and say, like I said earlier, move on to Kojima's game?
Call of Duty looked good.
It looks a lot better than other Call of Duties, and I love.
All right, we're on Call of Duty.
And I love how they're bringing in the different transitions, because in the earlier Call of Duty trailer that we got this year, it showed an easy transition going from Earth's gravity into space, and the space battle just looked awesome with the grappling hook, how it takes you a little towards your enemy and they bring it to you. So they got the word coming to me is graphics, but I know that's not the word I'm looking for.
Momentum.
Physics. They got the they got the physics down really well, I think.
It's like freaking the fact that people were all excited about it until they see the title, which pisses me off for the gaming press because really, you're changing your excitement because of a name, which is stupid. Second of all, how are you part of the gaming press when you couldn't call that was Call of Duty the second you saw the loading screen? How the fuck could you not tell? I'm sorry, the second I saw the frickin' like wireframe map, I knew it was Call of Duty.
I knew it the second that either the second that you were in the jet or the second you were on the bridge. I don't remember which one came first, but as soon as I saw the first,
it was bridge,
like,
then jet.
Okay, then as soon as I saw the bridge, I'm like, I knew that was Call of Duty.
I saw the freaking wireframe thing. I'm like, Modern Warfare, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Ghosts. It's the same loading screen they use for every fucking same type of loading screen. How none of those people caught that infuriates me.
Now, I will admit, I thought that Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the remake, it did look better than the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare, but I think that they had spent a little bit more time into it, and of course a little bit more money, because money with time, that it could have been a lot better looking. So it just didn't look that much more refined to me.
Honestly, for me, I'm not surprised, because look at how, I'm not saying either one looks bad graphically, but look at graphically how Infinite Warfare looks. It doesn't look like really standoutish. Actually, I'd probably say it looks worse than Advanced Warfare in Black Ops 3.
Oh yeah.
So let's be honest, Infinity Ward isn't spending too much time or energy on graphics on even their newest game.
Yeah, but like
I'm just wondering. I'm wondering if we're going to see a decline in the pre-order sales now.
We're
that
already seeing it.
Yeah, we have already seen like
seeing
barely like. Yeah, a lot of people aren't pre-ordering Infinite Warfare just because they're freaking tired of Call of Duty.
Well, I'm talking about the people that have pre-ordered Infinite Warfare and they did it just because of the Call of Duty remake. How many of them are going to redraw their pre-order?
Well,
so
I don't know, but like I said, that's still a
pre-order.
But the thing is, I was about to say about the comment, like how you guys thought, already thought the graphics were. It was like, well, maybe if they didn't have it packaged with the game and kind of made it its own remaster, maybe they would have had a little bit more time for that. But obviously,
or maybe if they actually spend the time and energy on a new engine. They have not actually used a fully new engine in ages. It's using an upgraded version.
An upgraded engine.
Upgraded, but it's not entirely new.
Yeah, it's
like
not,
strip it down to its core.
So
it's using the old Quake engine. That's not bullshit.
Did they upgrade it in Black Ops 2 or Ghost?
They've upgraded it multiple times over the years.
Yeah, but I remember one of those two specific games, they actually came out and said that it was a new engine, and then they didn't recant it, but in
they clarified.
Yeah.
My bet says it was Ghost.
Yeah, I guess I could make sense because that was during the beginning. That was one of the first Call of Duties that came out on next gen. So that could.
That was the first.
They could do that. Yeah, that was the first. Yeah, because remember the fish move when you get close to them. That's next gen, right?
Which, if I remember correctly, in that demo, the fish did not. They failed at something.
You advertised me fish AI, dang it.
They failed at something.
You advertised
that
me.
Fucking Nintendo 64 could succeed.
Yeah, like that's the only thing they failed at. I'm sorry.
They failed at a lot.
Anyway.
But,
yeah.
Let's be real. I'm gonna rip on them for the easiest
shit.
It's
freaking Activision. They failed at a lot. A good amount of stuff. But, I don't know. I guess I'll say kind of my fault. I thought from what I saw of, when the first the reveal trailer for it came out, I was like, alright, looks very freaking standard Call of Duty trailer, doesn't look too interesting for me at least. Then they went up into space, and I was like, alright, this is kind of interesting, it's a bit more interesting. But obviously they're going freaking full-on freaking futuristic crap here.
Which I'm okay with, because it means then we actually get a good Star Wars game.
Anyway, I didn't even need to hear all that because your voice kind of went out a little bit, and I didn't even need to hear that to know what you were freaking saying. But anyway,
I will keep taking those shots. Damn it.
But then the gameplay they showed, obviously at Sony's conference, it looked fun. I will say that it looked like a lot of fun. Freaking, freaking having that Titanfall grappling hook, freaking, grappling for them different things and kind of swinging around everywhere and doing the. I guess those are kind of like up close kind of finisher things where he like either rips the mask off the guy or freaking knees into the face or whatever, but it did look like a fun first-person shooter, and at the end of the day, that's probably the thing that would matter the most. But but you guys also mentioned the fact that you guys think it's kind of stupid for them to hate it for the title. But the thing is, yeah, I can understand both sides. I can understand the fact why you think it's stupid to be interested in a game and then just be like, oh, it's that. It's from that franchise. Well, screw that. Yeah, I think that is kind of wrong because obviously, if it's from a franchise that a lot of people are freaking sick and tired or just flat out hate Call of Duty now. They've done that for freaking years now. But if it's an interesting game and obviously you immediately thought it was fun or whatever, like me, I've never played a whole lot of Call of Duty, and I've obviously had some jabs at it most of the time. But that looked like a fun game, and I will say that. But then there's also the side that's like, yeah, well maybe this freaking thing is if it didn't have the Call of Duty name attached to it, then they would obviously get it. But that's really the fact that they hate seeing the Call of Duty name everywhere. Because literally you see it every year. But granted, some of those people are probably just saying that just to be dickheads and say like, oh, well, this for those freaking people, But the thing is also, I think I've told Genocide this before, is I think Activision, probably after this one, depending on if it actually kind of ups their sales, which who knows, but even though this one, for us at least, the three of us, we think it looks very fun. I think it looks fun and everything. So if they're going to take a break from a Call of Duty, which they probably won't, but if they do, I think it'd be probably good to take a break after this. Yeah, take a break after this game, and then actually think about what you want to do with your next game more, and then do that and see what happens. Because I guarantee you, if they might get an idea from Ubisoft, because if the next Assassin's Creed comes out, when it comes out next year, and if more people like it, well, the best freaking Activision might be like, maybe we should take a break with ours too. So
if they decide to take a break with Call of Duty, though, we're not going to see the break actually take effect for at least a year or two from now.
Yeah,
because Treyarch is working on Black Ops 4 already, or whatever their next one is.
Yeah, whatever they're gonna call the next one, freaking Black Ops Warfare, for all I freaking care.
Sledgehammer is working on freaking Advanced Warfare 2.
Yeah,
I was actually looking forward to a Ghost 2. I'm kind of sad that we didn't get that.
Artie, you're the only one.
I wanted to know what happened to your brother. You were dragged away from your dead or from your dying brother. I mean, tell me another Call of Duty. People say that Call of Duty is repetitive. Tell me another Call of Duty where you were dragged away
Modern
from
Warfare
your dying
2.
brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Change out brother with teammate, and it's Modern Warfare 2. In fact, shot for shot, that whole scene is Modern Warfare 2.
That is not your brother. That is not your blood brother. There is a difference in emotions in that.
If you change out the characters, shot for shot, they're like scenes ripped from Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was about to say, isn't the opening of Ghost pretty much the ending to Modern Warfare 2, just with like different kind of visuals a little bit? I remember hearing about that. how it's
I think part of it
pretty
might have
vaguely
been.
similar. Yeah, I think it was pretty similar. Like the ending of Modern Warfare 2, where there's a guy, like puts his hand out, like trying to help the one guy up, and the opening of Ghost is like exactly that, without it's just different like characters with different clothing and stuff, but it's like pretty much like 1-to-1.
Yeah, they literally ripped like animations and shit straight out of Modern Warfare 2
But
for Ghosts.
you want to know what happened to that guy? The freaking fish AI dragged him away. That's what happened. The freaking fish dragged him away. That's where all the AI went. It went towards dragging the freaking guy off with the fish AI. And then freaking, that'd be crazy if a Ghost 2 happens. The main enemy is the fish.
I would actually buy
That'd
that.
be like a right? If anything, that'd be like a fan game or something where it's like, the fish AI is back, and this time they're not moving.
Okay,
But
so
anyway.
after Call of Duty, there's Horizon, which I'm still stoked for.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we skipped over Horizon. That was like, the only reason we did was because I didn't actually have that on my notes. Yeah, you're the one probably best person out of three of us to talk about Horizon because you really want that game.
Horizon,
But,
I've been
that-
hyped. Horizon is the robot dinosaurs.
Okay, yes, I want that.
I've been hyped for
With
it
like
ever
the
since.
robot drafts and stuff.
I've been hyped for it ever since the first like concept art leak.
That's E3.
And no,
Yeah.
it actually got leaked like months before E3. I think even a year ahead of time. Yeah, it was a significant amount ahead of time. And it turns out, like after they fully revealed it, they were like, when that concept art leaked, we were a little afraid that people would be upset, like they wouldn't like it, they wouldn't understand what we were going for. Little did they expect, people liked it, myself included. It's like, that concept art was fucking cool. And the
I
idea
love how it's kind of like an open world game. Something, I mean, it's not a new concept, but it feels, or it looked like it felt new to me.
Yeah.
and
What
we're not
else?
the upper hand. Like,
Yeah.
we're actually on the lower end of the freaking food chain here.
Yeah. But, I'll say, I wasn't too, I guess I kind of was a little interested, but I wasn't too crazy when they showed it off last year. This year, since it was, like, fully gameplay and everything, it looked cool. It looked really neat. It looked like you could definitely have some fun with this game and everything. It just looked really, really fun. It looked really freaking cool, too, just the way you have to fight everything. So, yeah, I mean, it looks interesting. I was even more entertained by it this year than what last year I think showed. Because last year they didn't show us any gameplay. I don't think. I think they just
They showed
kinda
us gameplay, but it was a real, like, quick demonstration of, oh, we'll sneak around here and we'll fight the freaking big enemy.
Yeah, but yeah, and don't know if I would actually get the game considering where I'm standing right now, but it was entertaining to watch, just like some of the other games that we've kind
I
of talked
think
about.
I actually already have it pre-ordered. Wait, no, it's
like
Gravity
I
Rush
said,
2 I have. Wait, no, it is Horizon I have pre-ordered.
But it's like I said earlier with, like, say, Detroit Become Human. I was entertained by what they showed, at least. I was kind of entertained by it. But whether I'd actually get the game, I don't know. I mean, heck, there's tons of other games coming out in the fall, and other games they announced in here that I would more than likely get for Crash, anyway. But
Now, I know y'all talked about Detroit earlier, but there's just one thing I want to say about that, is that in the ending part of the trailer, my favorite thing about it, besides the multiple outcomes, was the line, "This is our story." Not my story, not his story, but our story.
Yeah.
As an androids all together. I thought that was pretty cool.
Alright, so I guess if we're done, we mentioned Horizon, which I completely, I'm surprised I forgot about that. Like I said, the only reason I freaking forgot about that was because it wasn't on my notes. But,
And now we saved the best
and
for
Call-
last.
But,
Star Ocean.
anyway.
Artie, I will shove my fist so far up your ass I can rip out your intestines and do a scarf with them.
Hey, Sony put out a E3 video, actually 2 E3 videos of Star Ocean today, so yeah, I am in the clear with saying that. You might not like it, but it was part of E3. So yeah, suck it.
Yeah,
Okay, but what do you... Okay, but what's the best part about the E3 conference?
Shadow.
Yeah, what? The next thing I have on my notes. Anyway, freaking Death Stranding from
Fucking
Mr. Kojima
Koji.
himself. Freaking Kojima himself.
Doing the weird
What
shit.
was that game about? Because all I saw
We
was
know.
invisible... All I
So
saw was
far.
invisible handprints, bloody handprints, and
Yeah.
a fetus that couldn't
Like,
have come
or-
from any woman around there.
Norman Reedus is
But yet
buff.
it was connected to freaking Norman Reedus. Yeah, Norman Reedus ass. And all the fangirls went nuts. But, they probably did, too. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know necessarily what to make of that, other than I'm looking forward to hearing about it, considering it's Kojima, and especially considering Norman Reedus is in it, which
there were
is
those like
nice,
5
considering...
floating dudes and all those dead animals.
Yeah, there's like 5 psycho mantises in the sky. But
And the best part about it, if you think about it, that whole trailer was one giant fuck you to Konami.
I was just about to
was.
say. Yeah, I was about to say. Just not even the trailer. The way Kojima walked out on stage with a freaking neon like carpet almost. It's just like, hey, I'm back, and I want freaking Konami to go to freaking hold me down. Like, yeah,
That trailer had his
freaking
name like 10 times.
Right? Kojima, Norman Reedus,
Kojima Productions.
Directed by
Um,
Hideo Kojima. Produced by Hideo Kojima. Developed by Hideo Kojima Productions. Led by Hideo Kojima.
Any awards go to Kojima. Not no one else.
And this and also what they should have is like this what the fuck moment brought to you by Psycho Mantis.
I was half expecting something like Metal Gear level to happen, but honestly, we got even weirder.
Right.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but a lot of people have been wondering because what engine that is running on. The guys, that could be CG trailer, but who knows? That could.
I'm
somewhat
saying
be
that's CG.
What the engine? Yeah, but who knows? Like considering what engines. Granted, Kojima doesn't have access to the Fox engine anymore, but I'm pretty sure if he did, Fox engine probably could handle something like that, somewhat at least part
Maybe.
of that. The Fox, yeah, because the Fox engine is freaking great. I mean, it's really good. But yeah, I don't know, like, I don't really have much experience with his games. Obviously, I know Metal Gear. I mean, who the heck freaking doesn't? But,
I have a feeling that'd probably be an engine his company made in-house, if that was an in-engine cinematic. Because if you think about it, his company is the ones who made the Fox engine to begin with anyways, I think.
yeah, so, yeah, they could obviously make something similar like that, and they could probably maybe even make it better, considering it's a...
Times passed, they've learned some lessons, newer technology.
Yeah, but yeah, from what I saw, I'm glad that they brought Norman Reedus back at least, because obviously it's like ever since they were gonna have him in Silent Hill, since that freaking got canned. Norman Reedus, like the three of them, Guillermo del Toro, Hideo Kojima, and Norman Reedus. Those guys are pretty much really good friends now because they were trying to obviously work with that and ended up not working. But Guillermo del Toro, I feel bad for that guy because every game he's tried to work on has gotten freaking canceled due to the company problems. Because back in a couple years ago, he tried, before THQ went out of business, he tried to make a game, I forget what exactly it was called, but he tried to make like a trilogy of games that THQ was going to make, and he was going to direct them. And THQ obviously went out of business, so that went away. Then he finally gets on board to do Silent Hills with freaking Hideo Kojima and Norman Reedus playing the main character, and that freaking goes out the window because of freaking Konami and everything. So, and he even said afterwards, yeah, and then Del Toro even said afterwards, like, I don't think I should work on another game because I seem like I'm a curse. And I'm just saying, dude, you're not the curse. Everything else is. Like, yeah, you're probably not the most luckiest person, but still the thing is, it wasn't your fault these two things you worked on didn't happen. First one was just because the company was going out of business. I'm surprised they even tried to do the game in the first place. But they went bankrupt and they went out of business. Then, Konami, at that point in time, were being even more idiots. That's when they were like, you know what, we're not being retarded enough. Let's freaking rank the dial past 10 or 11 and just freaking go full retard and freaking be the worst company, degrade our entire several, like decades, freaking reputation, and literally ruin our several decade-long reputation in a matter of 5 years.
Not even 5 years. They undid themselves in months. Because honestly, if they didn't,
well, yeah, obviously they fully undid themselves, but they've been occasionally doing stupid stuff since 2012. But then ever since 2014 to now, they have just freaking destroyed themselves. This is when the straw that broke the camel's back, but instead of a straw, it was a freaking nuke. That's what happened. But, the camel's gone, But I don't know, but I'm looking forward to at least hearing and seeing whatever Kojima has going for. And I'm glad that, Norm Reedus is involved in this too, because like I said, all of them got screwed out of frickin' doing a great game that could have made Konami lots of money, but no, I'm glad they didn't do it because they... Yeah, it would have. It would have done it just as well, if maybe even better than Metal Gear Solid 5.
Oh, maybe.
At least as well, because it's freaking one of the second biggest, the next biggest franchise other than Metal Gear, freaking Silent Hill, and combine that with the fact that it looked terrifying, and it didn't just look like a good Silent Hill game, which we hadn't had in years, and combine that with the fact that it just looked like a good game and horror game, it would have been freaking great, and I'm sure it would have sold insanely well. And it's the second, it's the second big, it's out of the biggest franchise Konami has, it was Metal Gear, and it was freaking Silent Hill. Granted, it was also kind of Castlevania at one point, but we can see what fucking happened to that. Freaking Plinko Machine killed that son of a bitch. And that's also what's killing Silent Hill. Silent Hill's pretty much freaking dead, because they made a pachinko machine. Yeah, but Metal Gear's having a freaking pachinko machine too. I think I read somewhere
not
people
even just based off of Metal Gear, but based off Metal Gear Solid 3.
Why? It's like the freaking pachinko machine's kind of based off of Silent Hill 2, because it's and in the trailer, they actually... Why release a trailer for a freaking gambling machine is beyond me. But I'd rather see a trailer for a dildo than that. That would be miles more entertaining than a freaking gambling machine that I can't even access because I don't live in Japan and I don't go to one of Konami's freaking gyms or casinos that they probably have over in Japan, because apparently every gaming company that originates from Japan needs to have freaking gyms and casinos and crap, which, I don't freaking know. But, anyway, point is, I'm glad that, Kojima's has the chance to work on stuff again, and obviously tons of people freaking love him for the stuff he does. So, him working on something, and him being back with Sony and only doing stuff for Sony now, probably is the best thing for
this game anyways.
Yeah, for this game at least, but I'd imagine Sony is probably at least going to be helping him make these for a while, or at least have something. But yeah, I don't know, but I'm glad that him and of course Norm Reedus are doing something, since they got screwed over the first time they tried to do something. So it should be interesting we see what they do with this, and I'm sure it's still gonna have just as much what the fuck stuff going on as Kojima usually likes to do. But anyway, yeah, so I guess that's it. Obviously we didn't get a release date, we got a title and that's it, and I imagine the game's pretty far out. But yeah, so I guess that's everything we'll say about that. But one last thing I have on my notes is something we didn't see a ton of, but it came out of nowhere. The Spider-Man PS4 game.
I
by
forgot about
Insomniac.
that was
Yeah,
cool.
it's by Insomniac. Yeah, it looks like it's based off of the MCU Spider-Man, because you mentioned the whole thing about living in Queens, and it looks like he has the same kind of outfit, only he has like a white spider on the entire thing now, but he has the same kind of eyes that were in Civil War for the outfit and everything. Also, immediately when I saw Insomniac, for some reason I got it mixed up with Sucker Punch, because I was like, okay, Sucker Punch doing a game like this, that could be interesting, because they're already doing kind of superhero stuff, or they've done it. Granted, they haven't done it in a couple years now. But then I was like, oh wait, no. Yes, but I was like, oh yeah, right, it's Insomniac, the guy that freaking did Ratchet & Clank and did Sunset Overdrive, which, that's one thing I've heard brought up, is like, well, they did, Sunset Overdrive, like, it did pretty well with this. But, yeah, it doesn't look like it doesn't have an actual title yet, but, yeah, but
I need
looks
to
like
say the title of Scooterman, The Tale of the Scooter.
Brother. But yeah. So it's just looks like it will be interesting, considering that kind of something that's done a lot of stuff for Sony before, and I don't know, like, do you think this will be a PS4 exclusive? Probably won't.
I'd like to say yes, but then again, I really don't care about this Spider-Man game.
Wait, what was the question?
Do you think
Is
the
it
new
going to be a
Spider-Man game
PS4
will be...
exclusive?
Oh, they already confirmed it is.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
I believe I read that
Okay.
earlier.
Believe in our work.
I figured it probably would be, considering the fact that they had at the end, like, hashtag Spider-Man PS4. But then again, I thought, well, it's at a Sony conference, so it's not like they're gonna say, oh yeah, it's gonna be on Xbox One as well. Because that's what they do when they show trailers sometimes, either at E3 or just on their YouTube channel. They only show their platforms listed at the end of the trailer, and so I thought it might be one of those things, but no, hey, it's a PS4 exclusive Spider-Man game, so that's interesting. But, yeah, there's not a whole lot to talk about that other than, as far as I'm concerned, it looks like it's based in the MCU Spider-Man that they have going. And, should be interesting considering Insomniac's on it, and, a lot of people like what they do. But, oh man, yeah, I think that's pretty much about as much we can, because that's still in development. We didn't get a release date. We just got, yeah, it's happening. Something else is happening. But, yeah, that's all I have on my notes, but I'm sure there's probably a couple other things that, because Sony announced freaking so much crap. But,
So overall,
Yeah,
for fun, to wrap it
One
up,
more
because
thing
I'm
is-
getting tired.
small, right, but, one last small thing, we got official, like, the only other thing other than games that they showed and didn't even talk about, but they talked about one other thing other than games, obviously. They got, like, the most exact release date for PlayStation VR you can get, October 13th of 2016, and it's going to be $3.99, I think. So,
And I love
Yeah.
how there's going to be 50 games to release for the VR headset.
And from the ones that we've seen, like, these are at least for me, these are like the best freaking games that they've showed for that thing so far. Because all the other stuff is like, okay, it's a VR type of thing, okay, it looks fine. Then freaking so many, like, let me say, like, boom, freaking Resident Evil 7, which is fully playable in VR, if you choose at least. Has the option to be
play in VR.
boom, a freaking like I said, Resident Evil 7 it has the option to be fully playable in VR. Star Wars Battlefront VR mission, Batman Arkham VR, freaking, it's like, alright, where are all these freaking games? This is more enticing to pick up a VR headset now. But, I mean, it's just it's nuts that they're showing way more, and it's just not even the fact that I think it might have been like before. It's just stuff that is clearly made just for VR, but some of the stuff is like games that are already either existing or coming out that are either going to have VR modes or VR modes added onto them, or at least have that game, that world with a VR. So it's probably why they seem more enticing, because there's stuff that we already like, but they're putting either adding VR on top of it, or they're just doing something with it. So that's probably why it seemed more enticing. But I can't think of any of the other stuff just because I jotted down like a lot of notes. Because, like I said, it's just it's like a matter of moments since freaking how rapid fire Sony's conference was. Yeah, I was literally jotting down notes like as soon as like the next like trailer whatever started. But yeah, I guess if we can't think of anything else, I guess we'll continue with final thoughts, and I guess that will be it.
Alright, so to end it, what game do you guys want to play most from E3?
Oh my god! E3 as a whole. Well, if you even ask me like what I wanted to play most from Sony's, I'd still be like, oh gosh. That's probably the one I'm gonna choose, obviously, though.
And you guys are probably gonna hate me for saying this, but Gears of War looked pretty cool to me.
Actually, didn't see it.
Yeah. I won't hate you for that.
It wasn't the best Gears of War, but I mean, I'm a big fan of Gears of War. I've played 1, I've played 3, and I've played Judgment, and I've loved each and every one of them. I especially love how they're adding how they've added female characters, because you don't see that in a lot of shooting games.
Shadow?
Well, I've been looking at a list here, and I'd probably say, just for the fact that I think you guys probably know what I'm going to say, I'd probably be more interested in seeing what they do with Crash. But I was also thinking God of War might be up there, too. Yeah, God of War might be up there, too, because that looks freaking cool. But, then again, it's cool to see what they would do with God of War going from here on out, but considering we haven't seen Crash in like 5 years, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with those older games. But out of the ones I have on my notes right here, those are probably the 2 that I'd be the most interesting to play myself. I mean, I could say Arkham VR, but I don't know if I'm actually going to bother getting a VR headset, but hey, then I don't know much about it. And I already know what you probably are going to say, Josiah, freaking Horizon.
Actually, no.
No? Really?
Because I think part of it is because Horizon I know isn't coming out until next year. So it's like, I'm excited for it, but I'm kind of holding off my excitement a little bit. Ironically enough, Titanfall 2.
Okay.
Sci-fi, maybe a little bit of like some iRobot circuit, because you hear the robot going over the 3 protocols. It's like link with the pilot, complete the mission, protect the pilot. Like, we got sci-fi, we got single player, we got the ooh, I'm a fucking robot. It's like, overall, the games we've seen that are coming out this year, that's the one I'm probably most excited for. That were at E3. I'm still not gonna rank Doom on my favorite games this year, but it can be third. So
yeah, so this has already gone. I think this has gone better than the attempted
last
year's E3. Anyway,
well, I think with that, we're gonna call it a wrap.
Yeah.
Yay. unless something goes horribly wrong like last year. Alright, actually, hold on, before... Let's see, where's the button to see how long I've been doing this for?
Profile here. You have... see if it says. It does not say time, but I'd imagine you've been going at this for at least, like, 3 hours maybe.
3, 4.
Yeah. We'll see when the video goes up.
Sure enough. Alright, broadcast is